All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to LLU4, I think now, actually, day one.
Mhm.
We're starting off with Vic versus Eclipse here. I am joined here today by Mima.
Hi there. Welcome to day one, everybody. I'm super excited for these matchups. I don't know about you, Sam, but this is definitely my first time commentating for LLU. But I'm really excited to be joining you today. And like she said, we are going to be seeing Team Victory as well as Team Eclipse start us off for day one. And later on, we will be having Teams Omni versus H2O.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, super exciting matches to look forward to today, especially like after we just saw Omni in IVT just a bit ago. So we're gonna be able to get to see a lot more exciting matches come from their side. And especially from some of these teams that we know from some other tournaments, like some familiar faces like Eclipse here, we definitely get wanted to see more of them and how they've improved and have been performing.
Me too. And we do definitely have a couple of players that you might recognize if you're playing rank in NAEU as well as keeping up with NAEU tournament scene. I think we have some well-established teams as well as players who have formed separate teams. So it's really exciting to be able to see some familiar faces as well as maybe some new people we haven't quite gotten the chance to see as much highlights from. So I'm definitely looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, the best part about these tournaments and having, albeit not like your usual standard like KOA teams that we normally see, is that we get to see these new players and all these new people and all the new characters they play, like really being brought out to shine and like their chances to show us what they got.
Absolutely. And speaking of new characters, I believe the cutoff for the playable characters for this tournament is going to end with meteorologist. So unfortunately, we aren't going to be seeing gameplay from characters such as the archer or the escapologist, but it definitely makes some room for some unconventional picks as well. Of course, there's definitely the meta. Um, who are meta for a reason, of course, but something I really admire about tourneys in NAEU here is that even from round one, you're not guaranteed to see the general hunter picks or even survivor picks right away. You might be surprised by um, each player's respective character pool. I think the teams here really play into each other's strengths as opposed to strictly going with a certain meta or a strategy and assumptions based on such as well.
Absolutely. And it looks like we are moving really quickly into our band pick phase here. We're going to be starting off with Eclipse hunting and Victory surviving.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be starting off in Arms Factory here. We've taken off two decoders from our selection with the Mechanic and Feral Lady bands respectively, as well as some rescuers such as the Knight and First Officer, but it leaves room for the Mercenary as our rescuer here, as well as Coordinator to back up, and Antiquarian and Seer to finish off our roster. Now, of course,
Yeah,
we could definitely expect a single tide here if the coordinator is going to go for a support sort of build. And with both the coordinator and antiquarian, they allow for some uh, extra support with their harassment capabilities. This can definitely come in handy for hunters such as Hullabaloo. With no bans on the table for the hunter faction in round one, there's definitely room for the Hullabaloo to get selected here.
definitely. And also getting to play that Seer first round, albeit he's going to be global banned, but getting that Seer out of round one, it's a very strong pick, especially against some of the stronger hunters we have, especially like Goatman. We have, albeit Hullabaloo doesn't get entirely countered by Seer, but Seer still allows survivors to stall for enough time, or if the Seer can time it well, possibly reset their fear stacks when hit with an owl. Albeit Merc is a very strong first round pick, but him being global banned later rounds might not be too great for our victory survivors here.
For sure. Especially on a map like Arms Factory, definitely one of the smaller scale maps. You tend to see uh, a more even playing field selected in round one with Ever Sleeping Town, for example. Chinatown is also definitely a popular pick, even though they're a 3x3 grid. But um, yeah, it's nice to start with Arms Factory as well, though.
Definitely. Definitely. Arms Factory being a smaller map definitely opens up opportunities for some hunters that maybe don't have the greatest pursuit or maybe the greatest like camping. Albeit because
Mhm.
we do have Goatman who does have a decent time on Arms Factory. However, there are always better choices to pick on Arms Factory. And it does look like our hunter pick here is going to be Violinist round one. Definitely a
Super
pick we haven't seen
excited.
in a while, actually.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, you don't see a lot of violinists these days. Maybe in my rank matches, definitely, but we are just going to head right into the match here. Thank you for your patience as we go through everything and get started right away. Um, it does look like we're going to be seeing the violinist spawning over at the factory, immediately going over for the seer, who, of course, doesn't quite have that owl yet in the beginning of the match.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
and with the 12-9, we're going to be working that knee-jerk reflex, preemptively dropping that pallet to get a boost, but Violinist has definitely caught up to the seer.
We're gonna be holding
Oh,
that string, waiting for him to fall. Oh, barely missing the string. Giving our seer time to rotate here. However, we do have Mr. Ton over here, or Duton. He, to my knowledge, he used to be one of the top violinist mains in the server. At least I think a few years ago. I don't know if he keeps up much with violinist anymore, but we are going to be seeing some. Oh, good string hit. We're going to be seeing that Seer vault the pallet using making use of his pallet vaulting speed here.
we still have one owl to work with for this year. Are we going to be seeing that? No, we are going to be dodging the string from the violinist here, and we have decent cipher progress with three well on their way to being decoded.
Yeah, however,
It's
we are
definitely
gonna,
tough to chase survivors here with the
oh,
walls blocking. Oh, and we are going to see the seer use the owl. Um, try and bait a little over at the pallet, but transition. Oh,
oh,
oh, but
gets the
unfortunately going to get
owl.
hit.
Yeah, thankfully the Seer, however, has not used his flywheel yet, so he does have something to work with for after he is rescued from chair. But our violinist does have excitement here for that coordinator and antiquarian.
Mhm. Given the pace of the match here, I'm sure our survivors are definitely anticipating that excitement carrying. But of course, we do have two harassers and our rescuer as well. But it does look like we're going to be having it's going to be the antiquarian as well as the mercenary on their way here. The good thing about this chair is that you can rescue from the
Oh,
front and back. But oh,
oh,
there we are
antiquarian
with our.
not able to get the flywheel
Mhm.
off, but violinist hits the chair, letting antiquarian get the rescue.
Definitely the strength of having a chair that you can reach from the back from. But Sierra does look like we're going to have a second owl
Oh,
that is going to be. Oh,
beautiful
beautiful
flywheel.
flywheel.
Amazing string and flywheel coming out. We're going to be seeing that charge attack though, downing that seer. However, we do have about 1.5 ciphers here left, with one at 80% and another at 50%. We're going to be seeing that
Oh,
anti-Korean try and harass. No, we're not going to be going for that basement. Oh,
and it
looks like
looks like
we
we're going
are
to be seeing.
pause.
All right, let's give our teams a moment here for a pause game. This is definitely a really exciting way to start off our tournament here, especially with the violinist pick. Again, I feel like when you are chasing survivors in uh, an area with such amount of high walls in the ruins, it's hard to get your sight on the survivors. I noticed that a lot of violinists, if they don't opt for that blink, tend to bring peepers. But of course, with this team composition, working together with the two harassers under their belts here too, it's definitely worth bringing the excitement, but sacrificing that view on the survivors.
Absolutely, 100%. Especially if you have a violinist who is confident in, if they're confident in hitting their strings, oftentimes you don't see them bring peepers anymore unless it's a map like Lakeside, where you have a lot of high walls, a lot of two-story areas, and just areas where you need to keep a constant view on the survivors.
Mhm.
But with Arms Factory, it's typically very open aside from the very secluded kiting areas that you have on the map. Oftentimes you can run whatever you'd like normally, but in this case, it's almost 100% necessary to bring that excitement for that antiquarian and coordinator.
Absolutely. And I think both teams are doing a good job of preserving their resources here. Although we can definitely anticipate that excitement from our violinists and antiquarian, mercenary, and coordinator still have their respective items. But Seer was also able to utilize not one, but two owls, which definitely aided in the kite, as well as a full persona kite build. Um, with the knee-jerk reflex as well as the flywheel. Loved the usage of using the flywheel on the tri-pallet area. It's always such a risk, but once you have that layer of protection, of course, you're welcome to take that vault, even though using those two owls definitely hinders Seer's vaulting speed a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Although we are since we do that Sears cooldown for the, I can't remember what it's called. It's the trait that makes you vault faster, but it's on that cooldown, and it lets you get over pallets or windows or anything you interact with just a little
Is
slightly
that
faster.
the newer traits?
I believe it is one of the newer traits, if I'm not mistaken.
I can't remember the name, but I definitely know what you're talking about. The symbol is a person silhouette vaulting over a
Yes.
window.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like 3, 6 to 9%, something like that. But
Yeah.
with that being said, what's really exciting about this tournament is that we do operate on the most recent patch, so we are getting the uh, most up-to-date Persona web with the additional 10 points and additional traits to carry, as well as traits that have been reworked or replaced. My favorite replacement was Sticker. Sticker used to
Onto the
be up
borrowed
on
time.
the 12 flywheel coordinate of the Persona web, but now it's in the borrowed time area. So I really love that. But with that being said, we are going to get back into the match here with Seer getting chaired on the second chair.
We're gonna be seeing that antiquarian just trying to. Oh, gets hit by that gets hit by the movement.
Wow, what
Unfortunately,
a
takes
risky
damage.
play. Not necessarily risky, but more of an aggressive play with the trait swap to abnormal.
Yeah, having that antiquarian down means a lot of their harass is gonna be down here. So we're just since no one's gonna be able to make it that seer, we're just gonna opt to chair that antiquarian instead. Thankfully for the violinist, we do have basement here.
What a turn of events. Yes, unfortunately, although they are at one cipher remaining, they do mercenary and coordinator suffer from a big decoding debuff, especially when someone's chaired. But of course, we still have mercenaries Tide Turner to be used so they can opt for an after half save, which does look like, oh,
Ooh,
beautiful
to
elbow
drop it,
pad.
drop it. Very well played. We're not going to be seeing that hit string. Oh, we're going to be seeing the final movement hit come in here though. Now we just need to see if our antiquarian they're going to probably be opting to pop the cipher here. Yep. Just giving that antiquarian a little bit more time. Barely dodging that string. She does still have full flute, except our coordinator is still nearby. Is she able to get the gun off? It hits the tree.
Beautiful dodge.
We're gonna be seeing that flywheel come out from Antiquarian and the beautiful hit. Anticipating that string. Are we gonna be seeing that dodge here? Yes! Right into another stun. Are we gonna be seeing this Antiquarian escape from dungeon? If coordinator is close enough, we might be able to see this Antiquarian get out.
It's a really tough call, but oh,
Oh,
unfortunately, Violinist is gonna get that hit on our Antiquarian. What an intense fight for dungeon, ending off with a tie.
definitely. If that Antiquarian, if she managed to swing before that violinist, that could have very well been a 3-man escape on our first round here.
For sure, but I think they definitely did a formidable job, especially preserving the flute for the end game. Definitely helped, not just with stunning the violinist, but hopping over the window as well. Really helped out. Um, yeah, what an intense play. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see that gun quite land, but um, I guess a good call in the end for getting to trait swap, not necessarily needing that excitement.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately for our violinist, that trait, that excitement just unfortunately just went unused as honestly they just opted to let the seer kite it out and they just decoded, which honestly sometimes that's the best solution.
That was a really good kite on the Sears part. And going for the full kite build as well. Um, really great understanding of both the knee-jerk reflex, flywheel, when to use it, um, really putting it up to full potential. It was really worth it in the end. And of course, when you have someone without borrowed time eliminated before you get to that end game, there's less to worry about as well.
Definitely. Especially with that seer just wasting a lot of time for for his teammates to decode. It gave uh victory survivors just so much free time to save their items, save their tide, save everything for that late game.
For sure. Oh, it was really good for the mercenary to be able to still utilize that tide for the basement rescue. I know we were talking about the Persona web updates and another new trait that they added to the tide web. I think it's quite close to the middle, but um, you get a speed boost for you and teammates that are in the basement with you. So
Yes.
that definitely helps out too. But of course, our mercenary was able to maneuver in and out really quickly with the elbow pads, which is really easier said than done as well. I know that's something that requires a lot of practice and understanding to be able to successfully land. So that was really cool.
Yeah, definitely. And also just smart usage from that mercenary, using that down into that basement, avoiding that drop hit, especially against a
Hmm.
violinist, where not many hunters can stuff a mercenary. However, a violinist is one of those hunters. So being able to dodge that drop hit into basement was a very huge opportunity for that mercenary.
For sure. I'm really excited to move on to our second half of round one here, especially ending off with such an intense match to kickstart our tournament. I'm really excited to see how our survivors are going to respond. If we end up with another tie situation, there both teams are going to be moving on without quite a lead yet, and we definitely get to see another round played. So I'm hoping that we can at least get a tie to maximize the amount of times we get to see these matches. Um, I want to make sure that we get to see all of the players for each team play. So I'm really excited for that and keeping an eye out to see if anyone's going to be substituting their players.
Yeah, definitely. So we're moving on to Victory's going to be hunting this round with Eclipse surviving. Now, again, going back to our map here with Arms Factory, there is options like Hullabaloo or Goatman, but we could also see a round one opera singer, considering this is one of her stronger maps.
Hmm.
And even with all the nerfs that she's received, she's still very strong on Arms Factory.
Yeah, for sure. Even when we take a look at tournaments that they host, opera tends to still be in the top three, if not top one, Hunter used.
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like we are going to be starting out with our first two bands being two very strong picks with the Mechanic and Seer. Definitely just getting that Mechanic out of the way, just like last round. You like Mechanic is such a strong character, especially on Arms Factory where all the ciphers are close together. You're not going to be wasting as much battery as on like bigger maps.
For sure. And in turn, it looks like we are going to be having Antiquarian and Novelist locked in for our first two survivors.
Yeah, definitely starting out strong with that Harasser comp again. We're gonna be trying to get we're gonna just kind of trying to be focusing on how can we maximize our potential to kite and how long can we keep it up, especially if we do go back to that opera singer. We're gonna be honestly with this comp, we're opting to counter that opera singer here, especially with that antiquarian, that novelist, that gardener.
Definitely. And since we've had Gravekeeper bans out, we're going to opt for the first officer as our rescuer pick as well.
Yeah, definitely. There has been an insurgence of gravekeepers, and it might be his new skin, but also it's just that his recent buffs have made him very strong. It's increased his potential by a lot with with all the buffs that have implemented to keep like give him more shovel durability, that ability that lets him like launch forward, dash forward, knock the
Oh, I
hunter away.
love that. I love that new addition to his kit for sure. And the new skin as well. I love that you brought that up. But we are going to be going with a goat man locked in for our hunter here. Really excited to see how this goes. I feel like when you have these bans and these picks, it definitely feels anti-hullabaloo, but when you're able to tank damage like the gardener with her recall bubble and the first officer's extra seconds with the watch, I can definitely help out really well with Goatman as well, not just for hullabaloo.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we were saying earlier, Goatman, even though it's not his best map, this is still a very strong map for him, especially with the fact that he's able to cut off so many different areas. Even if he doesn't opt to trap a survivor in the cage, he can always block off kiting areas with his cage and get that chip hit in. However, we are moving on with our first officer spawning in middle, our antiquarian spawning near sandbags, novelist down at factory, and gardener at lockers. We do have our novelist here with a full kiting build, our gardener and antiquarian opting for flywheel, and our first officer with tide.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this goes. You have so many survivors within close proximity, but there's always the option to try and bait our survivors to get to use their items, especially with that first officer. He only has two pocket watches, so um, it's really important to preserve them, especially when it comes to characters like the Goat Man, who can definitely catch you before you make the chair. But we are going to be moving into the second half of round one. Our Eclipse survivors are going up against our Victory Hunter. My name is Mima, and I am with Sam. Good luck to both teams.
Good luck, good luck. It looks like we're opting to go for our novelist here first. Definitely a very strong area for the survivors to kite in, but we are gonna, but that Goatman able to cut off those kiting areas like mentioned before. We're gonna be seeing. We're gonna be
Ooh,
baiting that vault over the window. Good thinking from the novelist. Very well timed swap to cancel that charged attack.
all
Ooh,
right.
unfortunately seeing that hit through the pallet. Oh,
Oh, really well placed cage. Novelist is going to go down here. Luckily, there's no basement at the factory, but that was a really good cage on Soul's part. Just getting the novelist as they were going to into the factory.
yeah. Honestly, sometimes with Goatman, just instead of opting to chase them, just let them come to you. I mean, when you're able to use your cages like that to mind game the survivors, oftentimes you don't have to do as much. We are going to be seeing that hit on the first officer coming in though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and
Oh,
unfortunately, we are going to see the first officer get downed, utilizing the pocket watch early, put him on that 5 second timer, and unfortunately, it wasn't able to last by the time he was getting to that chair. This is going to put our novelist past half, and first officer is going to be seeing his first chair.
however, we did have our gardener coming in already, but we are going to be seeing that flywheel come out from the novelist. Very well played. We're going to be seeing the excitement pop immediately as that pallet goes through.
It
We're going
does
to
look
have
like
the
we
guard.
are. We're gonna have Gardener try and break that chair while Antiquarian gets a backdoor rescue on the first officer.
Yeah. However, it looks like our goatman is just instead opting to chair at a different chair. However, it is a bit far away. Does the novelist struggle out? No, he does not. So that means our novelist is going to be out of the game here. However, we do have four ciphers remaining. However, we do have one at about 90%. Our gardener's working on a cipher here. Got spotted by the goat man. Oh, unfortunately, mistimes that flywheel.
We do still have a recall bubble to work with for the Gardener, but oh,
Oh, very well
just
played with
narrowly
timing. Oh,
missing that first hit, but we are going to be seeing Gardener also go down in the factory. Now, Antiquarian was able to get a heal on First Officer, so this does allow the First Officer to go in for the rescue at full health. One more pocket watch left to use, as a Antiquarian is going to get harassed a little bit by our Goatman here, but it does look like Antiquarian is going to opt for the save instead, going in for a stun afterwards. Two stuns.
definitely. Oh, unfortunately, we're not able to get that bubble off in time.
But the progress in that bubble is going to carry over for Gardener's next recall attempt. But this is going to be Gardener's second chair. And unfortunately, Antiquarian will have to move away from our sandbag cipher. But First Officer is also moving in, going to pop that pocket watch
Oh,
while unfortunately Antiquarian is going to go down.
and we're going to be seeing that goatman come back for the chair. Hits the chair though. Tide turner takes effect here. We're gonna be throwing down that pallet. We still have excitement, no blink. We're gonna be seeing the bubble come out, so we just oh, we're going for that gardener. Waiting for that bubble to expire. Immediately gets hit. No, this is our gardener's last chair. Oh,
Hmm. Gardener
broke the
did
chair.
break the chair, but Goatman is going to opt to fix it before chairing her, then sending her back to the manor. This is looking tough with four ciphers remaining and only two survivors left. First Officer is without a pocket watch now, and Antiquarian has only a quarter of the flute remaining. Our Goatman is going to swap to Abnormal, and abnormal that middle cipher here.
Yeah. And now that we do have two survivors remaining, we are going to be seeing one of those new mechanics taking effect. That final deduction mechanic, now that it's two
I think
survivors
it's been
remaining,
disabled.
has
But
it been
oh,
disabled?
first, we're on competitive competition mode, so I think there is a toggle, but it is it is still technically the final deduction stage of a match here. First officer does have exit path to work with, but our
Oh,
Goatman is looking for our Antiquarian who is very close
Antiquarian.
by.
Oh, manages to hide from that goat man. Very barely. Oh, our first officer is getting up here. We're gonna be using that double cage. Our first officer doesn't have any pocket watches. Nice patience with that pallet, getting that pallet stun in. Not vaulting quite just yet. Oh, but
Wow,
unfortunately,
the slow
low
vault!
vault.
And again, of course, our first officer did use that exit path, so he'll only be able to get up if the Antiquarian can circle back towards him, but our Goatman is going to linger around the middle, not quite getting tinnitus in the factory area like before.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is just how long Antiquarian can last without getting found. They need to. Oh, Antiquarian healing up that first officer right under the Goatman's nose. We're gonna be seeing that cage pop out. Our Antiquarian does still have some flute left.
Ooh,
Goatman jumping into the basement.
we still have the first officer's trail in view for our Goatman here. Again, he doesn't have any pocket watches to work with, so it's just going to be the pallets, but beautiful cage to trap the first officer over in the corner of Shack Ruins.
Yeah, we do have the dungeon over here as well, so if that Antiquarian is able to last long enough, might take a bit, but this could possibly be a one-person escape if this Antiquarian is able to kite long enough and get to that dungeon. Oh, but the cage spotting that Antiquarian, they go down, and it looks like this is going to be a four-man elimination.
We are going to see Goatman chair the Antiquarian now that first officer is safe and sluggable due to using that exit path, and we are going to go for a surrender, finishing this off with a four-man elimination.
Yeah, very well played to both teams. Unfortunately, that Goatman just managed to kite off so many of those kiting areas really easily. And honestly, being able to stuff that first officer for that first rescue with the novelist, unfortunately put the survivors in a really bad position.
I think that really displayed how well Goatman can work, especially despite uh, a sturdy team when you have two harassers and you have kind of tankier options like the first officer and the gardener here, um, as well as the hunters understanding. I think it goes for both of the hunters that we've seen in this round one here, where they went with their mains, be it meta or not. I mean, we did see violinist first half of round one, but meta or not, these hunters are really playing into their strengths despite um, a bigger possibility of a survivor pool due to just the amount of bans or lack of when we're just starting off the matchup. So really well done from everyone's part. Uh, yeah, unfortunately, even though we have characters like the first officer and Gardener who under certain circumstances can have a longer chair time, especially if she dismantles the chair. I think otherwise she just has a 10% slower chair time, but
Yeah,
first officer currently has the slowest chair time in the game. And of course, being able to slug the first officer after he used the exit path um, makes him last even longer. And again, we aren't going to be using final deduction for this tournament, so it does give for longer opportunities for these teams to play it out. But unfortunately, we weren't able to see a dungeon escape for either match, actually. It was a pretty tough battle for the dungeon in both rounds.
yeah, definitely. However, just with how oppressively that Goatman was playing, we weren't able to see that Gardner barely had any time to get a bubble off the first time. And when she did get it off, the Goatman, all he had to do was just wait it out and then get her down there. It does go to show that Goatman recently has just become a stronger round one pick than our Hullabaloo, at least considering this Hullabaloo has gotten nerfed a lot.
Yeah, that's right. And since we are again operating on the most recent patch of the game, we are going to be having all of those character adjustments as well. Now, I don't know too much about what it's like to play Hullabaloo firsthand, but I do see and hear that aside from the already established ways of getting to work around Hullabaloo with his unique kit, uh, the nerfs have been quite substantial as well. I think on paper it doesn't seem like a lot, but it does make a tremendous difference in the end. So I find that pretty astonishing. Even though the changes, some of them are down to the milliseconds even, but of course it does still matter. Can I say it? How do I make this about my favorite characters? But I think of the milliseconds. I'm sure some of you knew this was coming, but I think it makes a big difference when you're able to use your skills. Like when they adjusted Fire Investigator, it's been a year since they um adjusted him, but they changed the push off from the airbag by a millisecond and it made a huge difference. It was about a
Yeah.
millisecond, but I'm sorry. We had the time. I just had to bring him up, but
I mean, you know what? There is always time to bring Florian Brand up in any situation.
exactly. And since we're moving into our round two, and this is just our first matchup, there's definitely room to see people play characters like the Fire Investigator. Hint, hint.
Yeah,
Hint,
definitely.
hint.
So we are gonna be with that round two, considering we just had victory hunting, we're gonna be going straight back into victory hunting. Now, with our global bans, we do start off with that Goat Man being taken out. So a very oppressive character already being removed from our character pool here.
Yeah, for sure. And when we move into round two, they also are finally able to ban one hunter of their choice. So there's always the possibility of banning out Hullabaloo or anyone else in what is it? The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. No, the
The
Fantastic
Fantastic
Four.
Four, yes.
Yes, as one of our commentators, Bones likes to call them. When it comes to Goatman, Hullabaloo, Opera Singer, and the Shadow, they tend to be
Yeah, our
the
big four over here.
exactly. And then you just get the other half. But I mean, again, considering that NAAU players in general, not just who we have up right now, but everyone plays into their strengths and sticks with their roster of characters that they genuinely play, not just the meta. There's definitely possibilities of seeing some other characters. Is there anyone you're looking to? I know your answer probably, but is there any
Oh, so
characters, both hunters or survivor, that you're looking forward to manifesting as we head on into our round two?
Well, I'm sure everyone knows I always look forward to any Feaster games. However, my hopes for that are a bit low. So I'm setting my eyes on someone else this time, which I hope to see more Axe Boys being played.
Definitely. I really like the Hunter Persona web adjustments as well, especially for Axe Boy.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, a lot of them do benefit him, especially considering a lot of them are on his normal build paths.
Hmm.
Now we are going to be transitioning into our round two here. Our map is going to be Ever Sleeping Town here. very strong map, especially for characters like the Shadow, for Hullabaloo, if we're not going to have him banned here. But also we do
Abs-
have opportunity for other characters like I know some hunters like to play Dream Witch on Ever Sleeping Town, maybe, mayhaps.
that would be a fun pick too. Yeah, especially since the shadow has definitely kind of overshadowed Dream Witch, for lack of better wording, um, with their similarities in kits. But yeah, I'm definitely putting some eggs in the basket for some more unconventional hunter picks, as well as survivors as well. As long as everyone just watches out for the second hunter of this map being the tram, it'll be fine. But maybe I shouldn't have said anything because usually when I do say something about it, it happens. So we'll just knock on wood here, and hopefully everyone will look both ways before they cross.
Yeah,
Or look in the
definitely.
middle of their screen, the little pop up.
Right, soon. And yeah, we do have that Goatman. We do have that Goatman global band here. So honestly, on a very also strong map for Goatman here, getting him being able to take him out of here this early is very strong for our survivors.
Absolutely. Now we are going to be moving into our ban and pick phase shortly. And again, since we are moving into round two, we are going to be getting some global bans in place for both the survivors and hunters. Our first three survivors are going to be taken off the table. And of course, the hunter that we saw being Goatman is not going to be able to be played by Team Victory for the rest of the
Yeah.
matchup, at least.
Unfortunately, not having that anti-Quarian on Ever Sleeping Town could pose a bit of an issue, but if we are able to see some of those other stronger kiters come out, like the meteorologist, who's made a actually big insurgence lately.
For sure, despite being substantially nerfed in the recent patches, Meteorologist does make for a very versatile and strong pick, especially when you have uh bigger maps as well as sort of higher elevation places. Ever Sleeping Town does have the two stories, the old geisha house and the geisha house respectively. I'm really doing my best to try and memorize the call outs, the official
Ooh,
call outs now.
yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of they did keep a few. NetEase did keep a few of the areas the same, but
Mhm.
we do have some of those areas that aren't too familiar to everyone who knows the standard callouts.
Absolutely. It definitely depends on the person too. Uh, oh, and the thing about Ever Sleeping Town is that the locations tend to be a bit of a mouthful, and you have to do the northeast, southwest. It's not as specific. I think it's the it's something with shopping, but you have to memorize.
Yeah, the west shopping area,
Hmm.
north, it's like, oh, it's too much.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, but what I like to do instead is that, oh my gosh, life changer if people don't know already. When you want to ping a certain thing, um, that has a drop down, at least for the area, if it's an area related ping, if you click on the drop down and hold it, just drag it to the location that you want to ping.
yes,
And you can just send it out automatically once you let go of it. That has been a game changer for me. So I tend not to look too hard for the location. Of course, sometimes it can be a little bit of a hindrance if you try and ping a dungeon location and maybe you try and put the marker a little bit too far, it'll be like, oh, this area doesn't spawn a dungeon. But
Yeah.
otherwise, it's super duper helpful.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with these new pings, our communication, especially in things like solo queue, have gotten way more advanced. Even if they do take a little bit longer to use, however, they are extremely useful when you're playing things like solo queue or when you don't have
Hmm.
communication with your teammates.
Absolutely. And once you've gotten those certain places, or what is it? I'll call it multi-choice. Once you have them selected, it can stay there. That's why I always really like to ping where basement or dungeon is, because once you've already pinged it, it stays there until you change it. So it's a good reminder to yourself. I tend to do it even though someone's already said it, just for reference. All right. So we are going to be getting our first wave of bans, and it looks like for survivor bans, it's actually going to be the doctor and the lawyer band. Now, lawyer is not too much of a surprise, especially given his v- higher usage as a decoder. But doctor tends to be more of a niche ban. It really tends to show, it narrows down the possible hunter pool
Yeah,
just due to her
honestly,
specific counters, right?
I might be hoping here, but with a ban like lawyer, it must be a hunter who maybe doesn't want to be seen early game, maybe doesn't have the best chase considering the lawyer can't get terror shocked. So maybe I don't know, but I know our victory hunter here tends to play more on the meta side, but maybe
Mhm.
potentially a Wu Chang could come out here considering this isn't a horrible map for him.
For sure. And it looks like, oh, surprisingly enough, we are going to be having, well, the opera singer band is not going to be so surprising, but we are going to be having Lucky Guy and Thief selected as our survivor lock-ins first thing. Now, with the resurgence of Lucky Guy as of late, it's been really interesting to see how people utilize him and the versatility, especially with his adjustments in terms of item slots as well as the possible item spawns for him. I think the big overhaul in character selection definitely contributed, or Lucky Guy contributed to why it had to happen to begin with.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
mhm,
But also, Lucky Guy has honestly, he's been probably one of the more slept on characters. Albeit he's not very strong. He's not a strong character by any means, but
mhm.
his versatility is pretty much like no other in IDV, being able to have so many different items, so many different like opportunities to do things. But we are going to be seeing that magician and gravekeeper being picked on ever sleeping. That gravekeeper, like we were mentioning earlier, like with all his recent buffs, a very strong pick, a very consistent pick you can play. So having him on your team is very good. It's gonna be good for stalling. It's gonna be good for rescuing. Oh, and we're seeing the hermit come out for Victory's hunter.
Really
Very good, honestly,
exciting.
very good choice for ever sleeping town. Very open
Speaking of
areas to hit those
which,
stuns.
yeah, speaking of which, it was definitely a good call to ban the priestess and mechanic on this map as well. Especially the mechanic. I feel like mechanic and hermit tend to be foils for one another because um, both of these characters can kind of exploit the other just due to the bot and the possibility of splitting that damage between the team, or at least with the bot,
Yeah,
really helps. But
splitting that
yeah, we
damage even further. dividing it among 5 people, I believe that yeah, you have a survivor fighting for a very long time if you had that damage divided up.
For sure. Now we are going to be starting the second half, or sorry, second round, first half with our Eclipse survivors. And we are going to be having our Victory Hunter. Soul has switched out, I believe, with Ling. So this is going to be really exciting to watch.
Especially considering this Gravekeeper is going to be able to counter that Hermit pretty easily here. When he goes in shuffle, his charge is going to be removed there. So we are going to be seeing that be a bit exploited by that Gravekeeper here. But however, we are moving into round two, second half. Victory is hunting, Eclipse is surviving. My name is Sam, and I'm joined by Mima here. Good luck to both teams.
Good luck. Ooh, gold foil.
Getting getting that use out of that new skin. Looks like we are opting to chase our lucky guy here.
Oh, and it looks like our lucky guy is going to go in a chest. Now, of course, with the most recent buffs, lucky guy's chest time is going to be down to 5 seconds, and he was able to get the item, but Hermit is fast on his trail.
Definitely two very strong items to start out with that pocket watch and that flare gun. We're gonna be seeing that Hermit just play outside of that pocket watch range, very smart, just so he can land that early charge on. Maybe get some damage split early. We're gonna be seeing that blue charge on that lucky guy, so we can see who swaps here.
Mhm.
Slow vaulting over that pallet. Our stun is ready. Are we? Oh, barely missing it on the window.
Oh, and we're going to see Lucky Guy opt to use that flare gun. Lucky Guy is going to be itemless for now, but we do have a bit of a long kite right now with our ciphers well past half.
Yeah, definitely. Our first hit, we are going to be popping that insolence though, letting our Hermit
Hmm.
use his first presence ability. However, Lucky Guy has transitioned to a very good kiting area. We're going to be seeing that war coming out. Are we going to be seeing? We're going to be seeing that magician swap to take some more damage.
Yeah, good call on doing the one at a time strategy of splitting the damage. Lucky Guy, please watch out for that tram.
Oh, Lucky Guy
Oh, it looks
reading that
like.
Hermit play.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but we are gonna catch a hold of that charge before getting onto the tram. Now Hermit is going
Hermit
to
just
be joining
barely
our
making
lucky
it on.
guy.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Hermit just barely making on, staying with that Lucky Guy here. We're going to be seeing this. We might be seeing that stun come in, but however, Lucky Guy isn't going to be dead here. We do have the whole team splitting that red. Are we going to be seeing that hit? We are not going to be seeing it hit. We're going to be seeing the red charge come in. However, Gravekeeper using his shovel to instead block part of the damage.
Yeah,
Now
excellent
that
timing.
second presence has kicked in now, so we do have 4 stuns for our Hermit here.
All right, Hermit is going to catch up to our Gravekeeper, who is going to opt for using that shovel. The charge hit doesn't quite connect, but oh, Gravekeeper is going to burst through the ground and get that rescue in.
Very well played. That Magician is now very close. If that Gravekeeper gets hit by another red charge here, that Magician might be going down here. However, his polarity switch is off cooldown now. Gravekeeper opting to go into a shovel to block that charge.
Oh, so our lucky guy
Oh, we're
is
using that
going to.
football to get away.
Oh, okay. I thought he was in the tracks, but yeah, thankfully the lucky guy wasn't able to get run over. But great usage of the rugby ball to transition away from the graveyard. Hermit does have to follow his trail.
Yeah, however, our magician isn't on a cipher machine right now, so he might be taking some extra damage here. Lucky I'm managing
Mhm.
to dodge that red charge here. Is he gonna dodge the other one? No, he's gonna be hit by it.
Mhm. Oh, magician went into a locker.
Very well played for magician here, and instead not taking that down, to instead opting to go in a locker and remove his charge. However, we do have two ciphers at around 80% here, and our lucky guy does have borrowed time. Ciphers are nearly primed. We're going to be seeing that Gravekeeper running in, using his shovel so he doesn't give another charge.
Oh,
This
they'll
could
need
be a
to play.
problem. None of them have a swap.
Oh,
We're
beautiful
gonna
pallet
be seeing that
stun.
pallet stun coming off, and the Cypher popping. Oh! Unfortunately, we're not going to be hitting that stun. It was trying to get up on those stairs there to catch up to the Gravekeeper, but it just didn't connect. Went through
Hmm.
instead.
Yes, now Gravekeeper does still have two shovels to work with. And our only
Ooh.
survivor that's been shared has been the lucky guy. So this is a bit of a tough target to be chasing at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And with no trump card here, we're we are going to be seeing that Gravekeeper still living, but he does still have both his shovels. Lucky guy's passing over the dungeon, so they know where dungeon is now. We're going to be seeing him going to that shovel, getting rid of his charge. We do have one of these gates open, dodging another charge. Shovel almost off cooldown. 3 seconds here. Beautiful block.
Ooh, Gravekeeper's making a beeline for our dungeon
We
with
have
the
no
rest of the
charges
team
ready.
escaping. Oh my goodness. And it does look like we are going to be getting a four-man
Four-man
escape.
escape.
What a comeback! Really excellent work here.
Yeah, definitely. Especially they had a lot to prove after that last round with the Go Man. So honestly, being able to get that 4-man escape here for the 5 points is huge for our Cliff survivors here.
Absolutely. And what an intense match from start to finish. Uh, that was really fun to watch. I think Lucky Guy did a really great kite, and the support, not just with their items, but um, in the managing of how they were distributing that damage across the whole team. Really well done. They were able to tank damage for one another, being able to split between your teammates taking turns for really helped out the lucky guy, especially after using the first items that he had.
Yeah,
And being
definitely.
able to utilize the shovels to um, get rid of those charges, prevent any extra hits, definitely benefited them as well. And of course, the usage of the lockers as well. What I love about Ever Sleeping Town and Hermit is that there tends to be quite a couple of ciphers that are really close to lockers, so it comes in handy when you need to take off that polarity like the magician did.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out too well because a lot of these ciphers were grouped up in not so great areas. And that lucky guy, the almost the entire time he played away from whichever survivors were decoding. Like we saw him play
Hmm.
one half of the map that just didn't have any ciphers on it. We had all of our ciphers on one side of the map, and lucky I just stayed away from there. So very good shot calling from his part.
Absolutely, and that's always a really important thing to do. Um, Coordinating with your team and keeping a mindful watch of where they are going to be so you don't end up interfering with them or your strategy moving forward into the match.
Yeah, and it's
Avoiding giving the hunter those openings to meddle with the rest of your team.
yeah, and especially with how Hermit plays, the more damage you take, the worse it could possibly get. And so just not giving that Hermit the time or opportunity to harass those ciphers honestly was the best thing the lucky guy could have done, even if he didn't kite as long as he did.
Hmm.
Just being able to stay away from those ciphers for as long as he could still could have even resulted in like possibly a 3-man endgame there.
For sure. And it was really great that the lucky guy was able to make an escape as well, being dead on chair and all, um, in the end. And landing the pallet stun as well to allow for an optimal time to pop. Um,
Yes.
instead of anyone taking a hit, because it was a
Yeah, 'cause
really risky
both of them would have been
situation.
down, both
Yeah.
winning.
And Magician was the only one at the prime cipher, so that definitely would have been an issue, even if the lucky guy wasn't hit. But of course, when you get the pop on a pallet stun, it prevents your team from having to take a regular hit. So that really, um, that was good work.
Yeah, definitely. We are now moving into our round two second half here. We are going to be with our Victory Survivors global bans being that Antiquarian, Seer, and Mercenary. Three honestly very strong picks, but strong picks that paid off for them in the end. We're going to be seeing that Violinist global band uh for our Eclipse Hunter here.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah,
It's going
definitely.
to
And
be since we're moving into the second half, we're gonna have a couple of the characters banned out. It's so crazy to be able to see that violinist global band. I know we were talking about the Fantastic Four earlier, Sam, but um, if you're choosing to opt to ban any of our meta hunters, you can only really go with one of them since they went for that
that
unconventional
very
pick
off
first
meta.
thing.
Yeah.
Hmm. Or we
Yeah,
can
so
still continue to see the off meta picks. I would be really happy with that as well.
that's true as well. I mean, honestly though, with that Violinist global ban, that leaves if our hunter does decide to go meta route here, deciding to play something like Hullabaloo here, because
Mhm.
the our victory survivors can only ban one of our meta hunters here, like you were saying before. So if we ban Hullabaloo, it's probably a Goatman. If we ban Goatman, it might be a Hullabaloo, and that's just unfortunately the risk they had to take here.
For sure. And on the other side of the scale, we of course have the shadow as well. I know I was seeing some people in the chat speculate for the Ivy pick or maybe vouch for it. And honestly, I hope we get a little bit both meta, both more unconventional. And oh, with that being said, shout out to everyone tuning in. We're really happy to have you here. It's been really fun to see everyone's support, especially for our players. I really hope that we can keep it up and continue to maintain this positive and supportive uh, kind of mindset moving forward.
Especially with our active chatters here. We got Silent Hill 2, Eco Budgie, Red. Thank you guys for keeping our chat active, staying with us here.
All right, while we get this match sorted and settled with all of our players in, I have to ask. Actually, first I should probably start it with my manifestation. But um, actually, it's not about characters, but it's about the traits.
Traits.
I have
Oh,
been noticing that a lot of hunters are bringing patroller lately, and first of all, I want to manifest that because I think that's really fun and cool. Except when I'm in the match, of course, but it's fun to watch, okay? But yeah, and Sam, if you have any insight on that as well, especially being a hunter main and a caster main as well. I know, like, I feel like there was kind of a dry spell of hunters using patroller
Yeah.
it was so commonly Dream Witch first trait, but um afterwards is kind of like very niche to use it, but
Yeah.
Feaster players started picking
Oh,
up on it and
it's
Naiad players too.
one of his strongest
Mhm.
traits. Because while Blink and Peepers are good, being able to use that patroller to guarantee a hit with the tentacle or maybe even a down, it's probably one of my favorite traits.
Mhm.
Well, again, while I'm playing Hunter, not while I'm playing Survivor. I don't think any Survivor likes patroller unless they have like the timing memorized.
No, even if you do have it memorized, if you're not in a place where you can um avoid getting that bite on, it's just it's the worst.
Oh yeah,
But
especially that really forgiving window. There's a very forgiving window that patroller has where even if survivor's already vaulting over, if the hunter manages to get the bite, like even as they're in like starting the animation, it'll still latch onto them.
mhm, and sometimes I find that my timing is not always right when I'm dropping these pallets. I'm directly watching the timer and I'll be like, "Okay, I dropped the pallet," and I'll still get into the bite stun and it annoys me so much.
Yeah,
But
that's
mhm,
why I see a lot of people opt instead to actually intentionally slow vault because
mhm.
it just
Ah,
gives them more opportunity to avoid that patroller bite. But unfortunately, if there's like only pallets nearby, no window, if you decide to throw it down early, you risk
mhm.
getting bit while throwing it like right after throwing it down before you can vault back. But
For sure.
on a map like Ever Sleeping, we do see a pretty consistent warp happening. Like we
Mhm,
just had with that hermit match, we did see that warp come out just because with Ever Sleeping you want to be going back and forth, you want to be going back and forth. But it's such a big map that you have to patrol around, otherwise you'll like our hunter here will get cypher rushed, which is why warp is so good for characters that have good camp because it allows them to patrol around the map more, pressure those ciphers, and make sure they're not getting completely rushed there.
for sure. And on the flip side, I do think that, I mean, with any given map, it's important to keep track of your ciphers, but it can be really punishing as well if you're not keeping track of your cipher locations and end up with all of them in a certain side of the map. Or when it comes to that extra area for the map, what makes Ever Sleeping Town so big as well is that aside from the regular 3x3 grid, you have the large graveyard area and the open space surrounding it. So when people have to go for that graveyard cipher, it can definitely be really punishing for survivors as well. So it kind of goes both ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with I know a lot of hunters have begun to use peepers more. I mean, we
Hmm.
do have one of Goatman's best traits being peepers, one of Hullabaloo's best traits being peepers. I know a lot of people opted to use Patroller for Hullabaloo, but
Hmm.
that was more of when he was first released and people were still getting the hang of him. But with peepers being able to slow down decoding, slow down interaction speeds, giving like Hullabaloo more chances to hit those fear stacks on survivors, peepers has become one of the better traits that we've seen, especially considering Blink. Honestly, Blink hasn't been performing, or like, it's not like Blink has been adjusted, but the traits like Peepers or Warp have had better synergy with our more recent Hunter picks.
Hmm. For sure. You know who I've seen with a lot of peepers lately? I find opera singers are opting for the peeper or even abnormal first trait as well, especially considering her adjustments throughout the years.
Hmm.
she's definitely been substantially nerfed, and you can really tell if you compare her old movement speed with her newer one, or just even seeing, even getting to watch these tournament plays. She's still commonly used, of course. She's very still
Yeah, she's
reliable in that
still
regard,
very
but
strong. There's a reason she's
hmm
still in the top 4 that we have here.
hmm
But I
Fantastic
think a
for.
comparison to be made is the same reason you don't need to run Blink on someone like Geisha.
Hmm
When you have like
Oh.
movement, when you have that ability to traverse the map like that, you can instead opt to bring like peepers or abnormal instead of things like Blink. Because while Blink will help you get it down faster, that like you're instead sacrificing map pressure for a hunter that's already designed to be well with chase.
hmm All right, we are going to be moving on to our ban and pick stage. Now, of course, with our round two in place, we do have a couple of global bans, those being our Antiquarian, Seer, and Mercenary, respectively, and our Violinist from our Hunter faction. Now, we are going to be having Eclipsed Hunter up against our Victory Survivors. And Eclipse Survivors did take a 4-man escape in our previous half. So now that we're moving on to our second half, um, I'm curious to see how our hunter is going to be responding to this sort of pressure.
Yeah, definitely. We're with that priestess and gravekeeper ban, we might be opting for a hunter who doesn't have that great chase. Like we were saying before, if you're instead of opting for less chase, you should be opting for things like map pressure.
All right, so we are going to be seeing uh, Gravekeeper and Priestess band, right? But in turn, it does look like we are going to be having the Forward and Meteorologist as our survivor lock-ins first thing. I'm especially excited to see the Meteorologist. Of course, um, she's only been recently been allowed in proper competitive, but considering her high usage and the versatility of the bottle, there's a lot to work with. Oh,
And honestly, with these picks, we're gonna be honestly with a pick like meteorologist could be very strong. Like we were saying earlier with Ever Sleeping, made an insurgence, made her mark honestly on competitive scenes, being honestly one of the most banned survivors in I believe IJL. Was she allowed in IJL?
I think only as of late.
Only as of late, yeah. But in recent tournaments that we've seen, she's been one of the more banned survivors just because of how flexible she can be. Now we are going to be seeing meteorologist and Ford being picked here, so we are going to be going for a very harasser heavy team with the Norton Campbell prospector.
Yay! Sorry, he's one of my favorites. But our fourth and final pick as well is going to be the Embalmer. Definitely a solid choice as well. Um, when you want to push for those escapes or for some more time for the rest of your team. And again, with Ever Sleeping Town being a bigger map as well, it allows for some more versatility for that coffin. Does force the hunter to probably have to traverse much farther
Mhm.
for it as well. They can definitely opt to counter that with warp, of course, but uh, perfumer and mechanic were also banned, so it does look like we're looking at a single hit hunter with that perfumer being banned. And of course, always good to have a decoder, especially one like the mechanic who, oh, we're going to be seeing Mr. Thon lock in with the breaking wheel.
Ooh. Breaking Wheel and everyone knows that Breaking Wheel and Ever Sleeping is a very strong pick, honestly. I think Breaking Wheel is one of those very good balanced hunters between chase and map pressure because while his camp is not very good at all because you shouldn't really be camping with a Breaking Wheel.
Hmm.
He makes his camp make he's his lack of camp definitely is made up by the fact that you have to be on your toes at all times. You can't be caught in the wrong area, otherwise you're gonna be just taking you're just gonna be taking spikes and possibly just an instant down.
Yeah, and on a map like Ever Sleeping where it's so open, uh, that can work in the survivor or the hunter's favor, where there's less for these survivors to work with. Especially in that wheel form, the harassers here aren't going to be able to stun as reliably.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, with our victory survivors here locking in such a harasser heavy team comp, they really need to get as many people as they can out to make up for that to make up for those 5 points that Eclipse just got.
For sure. And we're looking at an intense second half of round two. We are going to be having our victory survivors up against our Eclipse Hunter. My name is Mima, and I am commentating here with Sam. Best of luck to both teams.
Yes, good luck, good luck. Now we are going to be starting out with our breaking wheel unconfined and insolence. Our forward on borrowed time and tide. Our embalmer on instead opting for a full kite build here. Our meteorologist on tide and borrowed time, and our prospector on just flywheel and borrowed time.
Yeah, really great maneuvering around this single pallet area here, despite being quite open. Oh, but we are going to get two spikes on our
Oh,
meteorologist, but really nice usage of the wind to push back the hunter.
yeah, given our meteorologist. Oh, unfortunately tries to dodge the trap, but unfortunately walks right into it. That breaking wheel predicting the meteorologist would try to dodge it. We're going to be seeing a chair down here, but we're going to be seeing about 3 ciphers halfway. One at 70, 60, and 50 respectfully. We do have our forward nearby. I don't think the wheel spotted him, just barely, but
Yeah, just hiding in that little nook. But
scratch marks have
forward
been
is.
spotted.
Mm-hmm.
We aren't going to be getting a spike on the meteorologist, but it's okay because we do. Our breaking wheel does still have his blink up. Oh, we are seeing the pushback come in effect for that meteorologist here. Unfortunately, tide turner's up, so she's not able to get on the tram. We do
All
still have
right,
our
so.
blink ready if our wheel decides to use it.
Mm-hmm. And forward has. Oh,
Oh,
great pallet stun by the meteorologist here. Forward has also since then uh,
oh,
going for the stun here. Oh, pushing the. Oh,
oh, blinking past the meteorologist push. Unfortunately, the forward bumping, honestly, bumping the hunter closer to our meteorologist here could be a bit of an issue. Both
mm-hmm.
wasting durability and items for the meteorologist here. However, we are going to be seeing that second presence come out. No flywheel from the forward means he is one step away from being instantly down. If we're able to harass here, our forward just has to dodge these traps. Using, using a lot of footballs just to get away. We're not going to be opting to harass. Instead, the prospector coming in,
Oh,
getting the balloon rescue.
really intense circumstance here. We are going to be seeing
Oh,
another stun, but unfortunately, the chair is going to go through with meteorologist on her second chair. Our forward and prospector are both within the vicinity, as our embalmer is working hard on that fourth cipher. This does slow down their progress significantly, with two of the players still in the vicinity of our chaired meteorologist, but of course, we were able to see the breaking wheel utilize that blink.
definitely. thankfully our meteorologist was able to get high up
Mhm.
enough to dodge that chip hit here. Oh, but we
Oh,
already getting
beautiful
that
drop
drop
down.
hit. Prospector
Oh.
flywheeling to body block the meteorologist. However, we don't
Mm-hmm.
have a fifth cipher started. Our bomber is the only one decoding right now, and
Yes.
we're instead going to get that spike on
Mm-hmm.
our meteorologist doesn't have any items to work with, so she's going to be going down here as soon as that snap goes off.
Prospector trying to buy enough distance on the meteorologist, but
Oh,
unfortunately the trap and snap is going to get meteorologist down. Prospector has only one magnet to work with, but unfortunately, we're not going to get close enough to the breaking wheel, and meteorologist is going to get sent back to the manor.
yeah. Now our wheel just wants to focus on pressuring these ciphers here, managing to almost instantly find that embalmer, having good use of where these ciphers are located and where embalmer could possibly be. Our prospector and forward are opting to heal. We're going to be seeing that flywheel to dodge the full presence spike here. However, our breaking
Mm,
wheel's blink is almost online. Instead, opting to go for that second spike to get the instant down.
yes.
And Balmer playing that super well, managing to dodge that full wheel form.
Mm-hmm. Now we are going to be seeing the breaking wheel leave the embalmer. Good thing, especially kiting towards the coffin here, but only forward is able to get healed up with only a little bit of ult to work with, but forward has since then rotated back to embalmer's cipher. I think breaking wheel has also caught sight of that cipher shaking as well, so we're going to see Poland go back to that cipher.
Yeah, definitely. Now we are going to be having both prospector and forward working on two separate ciphers. Just to Tram, Tram blocking the wheel. Oh my god. Tram blocking the wheel here. We are going to be seeing that prospector hit about 60% on his cipher. Now everyone except the embalmer does have borrowed time still, and unfortunately our meteorologist was the only other one with tide turner. We're going to be seeing that snap come out, going for another spike. However, by the time that wheel unfortunately getting a spike on the embalmer.
Yes, this embalmer needs to be careful because it does look like our prospector is the one with the coffin, not the embalmer. But
Forward
we're
taking
gonna
three
get.
spikes could be bad for them. If he
Oh
gets
no, the
snapped
cipher's
down,
primed. But oh yeah, you really have to play this patiently.
we're gonna pop it while he's while popping it while he's breaking the pallet. So we're instead opting for the embalmer just at gate, changing to the embalmer. Now, mind you, he does still have coffin. Are we gonna be seeing the snap down? We are, but he does have coffin and graveyard.
The coffin is unfortunately attributed to our prospector who is on the gate, but
It's
forward, yeah, forward is popping that tinnitus for our breaking wheel here. And now that he's in wheel form, he's gonna go for the rescue.
Yeah, however, our full presence ability here to launch those spikes on 3 seconds here. Oh, I'm getting out of that wheel form a little too early. Oh, nope, we got the two spikes on. Are we gonna be seeing Blink or Flywheel coming out to
Ooh,
dodge
beautiful
and
flywheel.
dodging the oh my gosh. Flywheeling to dodge the snap
Oh, and
and
he's heading over to dungeon. Are we going?
are we gonna be
Nice
seeing a
dodge on
three-man
this.
escape? We're seeing a three-man escape. Oh my gosh, we're seeing a three-man escape for victory here.
Really well done. What an intense match.
Definitely. Honestly, this ever sleeping the map of dungeon escapes here. We're going 2 for 2 right now. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, really great communication there. I think um not just down to our dungeon escape, but being able to not I guess not just communicate, but have that sense of where the anticipation of where the breaking wheel is gonna go next. And starting up a different cipher definitely helped them out in the end as well.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with just managing with having those two ciphers started, it just gave them a lot of time because as fast as Breaking Wheel is, he can't pressure that many ciphers at once. Unfortunately, that embalmer just read them like a book, honestly.
The the flywheel on um the flywheel on the max presence popped and then dodging the blink. Ooh, that
Definitely.
was really
If he didn't do that, they would have honestly probably only escaped with a two person escape here. That forward also coming in, they honestly they could have decided to sell the embalmer there just for the tie, but
mhm,
instead getting that forward going in for that save honestly saved them for that three man there.
mhm. Yeah, and with the max, or with the three spikes as well, um, being able to wait just until the Poland was able to get back into wheel form, helped allow for that rescue to go through as well.
Yeah, definitely. But honestly, very well played from everyone here.
Hmm.
We did see that wheel honestly mind game a lot of those abilities, like especially earlier in the game, how we saw him blink past the meteorologist's
Hmm.
pushback. So very well played. I believe
Hmm.
we are moving on to around three here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I believe
Yes.
so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Of course, round three, more bans, more characters taken off the table with our global bans, more possibilities for even more fun team comps. I mean, in our first half of round one, we definitely saw a couple of our veterans as well. So
Yeah,
I thought that was really fun. I'm also I'm going to choose to manifest a map maybe. We started off small, so maybe we can go for a larger map, our bigger scale maps such as Lakeside Village or Moonlit River Park. That's definitely what I'm going to be manifesting for this round three. Oh.
I I want to manifest one of my favorite favorite maps. Chinatown. I adore Chinatown. It is one of my favorite maps to play on. Honestly, probably because I'm a hunter player and it's a good hunter map. But Chinatown I always look forward to because you don't have your standard picks on Chinatown. Like Chinatown will bring out picks like Gamekeeper, like Wax Artist, like oh, I don't know. You could always bring out Shadow,
For sure. I know
but
we've
definitely
been
hunters we just
anticipating her.
don't get to see as often.
Or our later picks as well. I know that people tend to go for the wax artist, naiad, disciple. We could also maybe see some geisha as well.
That's
Being
true.
able to traverse through the map really quickly or account for the ciphers that uh, tend to be more vulnerable out in the open. Definitely a downside to Chinatown, especially if the survivors are not spreading out where they're decoding. It's always tough when you have your last possible ciphers in a line, especially if the hunter or the kiter so happens to be within that area as well.
Yeah, definitely. And with like what you were saying, Moonlit here, it does it does albeit bring opportunities to see characters like Fire Investigator.
Oh, I would love that. It's definitely a really good map for him. I'd definitely say one of his best, my opinion. But um, yeah, I think on the downside is that it's a little bit trickier to do the airbag cipher ball trick, what I like to call it. But I'm still trying to figure out how Dolisu was able to, um, I think back in Koa, was able to put the airbag up against a cipher that was just completely solo. Like it wasn't up against a wall or anything, but um having the wall or anything to have the cipher up against definitely helps with doing that method to begin with. And it helps when you have characters like, of course, the Shadow, but also characters like the Clerk and Sculptor, who I also find are pretty fun on Chinatown as well. Um,
Yes,
you
I would
can't
love to see a
graveyard,
sculptor.
you can't graveyard statue someone decoding in an airbag. You can't record them. Um, that's definitely fun. And with bigger maps as well, it allows for characters with a lot of range, not just Florian, but another one of my favorites, a toy merchant as well. Um,
Yeah, one of
and
my
again, with a
favorites as
higher,
well.
yeah, the higher elevation helps being able to utilize the glider as well as being able to utilize the catapult to get uh, the toy merchant or your teammates up.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if it's still possible. Is the trick that lets you go from second stop to two-story or funhouse, is that still possible?
Mm,
Because I know they did recently make adjustments to maps
right.
where they had changed up how the
That's right. They tend to do that, especially with the invisible walls. I know they've
Mhm.
um definitely done that with Lakeside for sure. The small boat
Yeah,
area, there's a bunch of invisible walls over there, so it's a little bit trickier, but there's a possibility of that.
yeah. But honestly, with Moonlit, there's so many different areas for Toy Merchant to really
Hmm.
shine. Being able to give her other survivors the ability to do things like how Acrobat can jump off those slides with his one of his bombs. Toy Merchant, if she puts one of her catapults on one of those slides or putting it on a coaster platform, it'll it gives her teammates very good opportunities, especially with just with how strong some of the kiting areas in Moonlit can be.
Absolutely. Now, of course, since we're moving into our round three and still getting things sorted out, if anyone else has any more manifestations, I'd love to hear from you. Um, Great to see everyone's engagement thus far, especially in regards to how our matches have been going. So, thank you once again for joining us for this tournament, especially when we're kicking things off. Uh, we're in season four for Luvia League, and I think that's really exciting. So, thank you everyone for taking the time to be here today. Thank you for your patience as well. There's a lot of people really hard at work here, our staff, and of course, our players as well. It's not
Yeah.
just from our end, but we're all working together. So we appreciate anyone in the audience as well, working with us, hanging out with us, taking the time to be here to show some support and to watch these really fun matches.
Yeah. And with how much time these teams are investing into practice, into learn like, honestly, one of the biggest team hurdles that I've noticed is just communicating
Hmm.
and being able, and honestly, one of the most impressive things you can do is just effectively communicating things. Because in the end, even if you have a team full of people who aren't great at kiting, as long as you can properly communicate things, as long as you can keep things like going in order, you have a plan for that game. Even that, you can still win games even if no one really can kite that well.
Absolutely.
But yeah, definitely. I want to hear if anyone in the chat would have any maybe maps, any hunters, any survivors that they want to see coming up.
It's not too late to bring out the fire investigator, guys.
It's not
I'm
too
still
late. It's not
waiting.
too late. We'll see him. Oh, that would be so mean if they brought him in like immediately next matchup.
If it gets banned, I'll have to exit.
That would be
No,
so
I'm
mean.
I'm kidding, but um
Oh my gosh.
That would definitely make me really sad. It does happen.
It
It
has
happened to me
happened
the other
before. I do
day.
remember it. It has happened. Oh my gosh. But yeah, definitely. I definitely do hope to see, because I don't know if our hunter on Eclipse is opting to sub out, because I do know after a few rounds hunters do tend to get tired, because playing in these tourney matches they are stressful. They take a lot out of some
Mhm.
people. But if we're gonna be going with some of these more off meta picks, I would love to see something maybe like a gamekeeper,
Oh, yeah.
maybe, yeah, just something, some hunters we don't too often see. I mean, we already started off strong with the violinist and breaking wheel.
Absolutely. I want to see some more uncommonly played characters, especially for the hunter's end. And with that being said, I really want to have a look at the statistics as well. Oh, I think they recently implemented a feature like that in their official NGP server. There's something where you can check like the top 10 at least for survivors. I remember seeing it and you could see the top 10 survivors used in NAEU and then the win rates, the
Mhm.
overall win rates for the people playing these characters. I would love to see more accessible information like this. I know they keep these statistics, so it would be really fun to have
And Mima calling
something
the
more.
shot here. We are on Moonlit River Park.
Ooh,
Honestly, again, it's a very strong pick for characters like Toy Merchant, Fire Investigator. We could we could even, if they don't take that priestess band immediately for the hunter, we could see a priestess coming out on Moonlit here.
for sure. Though of course, if we do allow the priestess or any of our other distance makers, it can definitely signal out what hunter that they're going to be opting for. I know as of late, Priestess isn't always gone for, especially considering um, the hindrance that more recent hunters have towards her, kind of negating things like that global portal.
Yeah. Yeah. However, we are gonna have our standard global bands here with the violinist and breaking wheel globally banned, but on our victory survivor side here, we do have prospector, seer, mercenary, forward, meteorologist, and antiquarian band here. So honestly, for like six very strong survivors, survivors that have made their mark here,
Hmm.
and honestly proven how good they can really be in a environment like this.
Absolutely. Early manifestations as well. You know, another thing that I like about Moonlit, um, is the feature of its roller coaster. So since we did get to see some tram action, thankfully no one got run over, but we
Not yet.
did see not yet. Not yet for the true. Sorry, knocking on wood again. I should really stop bringing it up, but um we did see the tram get utilized in our first half of round two, so I would love to see the coaster get utilized in this round as well. Um, both teams have been really showing off formidable teamwork, so it really wouldn't hurt to take that extra time. Um, and I know we talked about the pings earlier, but I realized that they also have pings for the
Roller
stops as
coaster.
well.
Yes, the
You're the
roller coaster stop.
platforms. We're still
Yeah,
getting the hang
yeah,
of
I
the
think I
official
think yeah, they're
terms,
called
but
platforms, but everyone calls them stops. So
stops, yeah. And it sounds more satisfying. Like when you say second stop,
second stop, yeah, like third stop, fourth stop. Oh my gosh,
it's
sorry,
faster,
sorry to go off
less
topic, but on
syllables.
topic.
Hmm.
For the longest time, I always got the stops in Moonlit backwards.
Oh no.
So I would always call out like fourth stop when it was at first stop.
That's quite the difference.
The coaster's at fourth stop. The coaster's at fourth stop, and then someone would go, and they were like, "Where's the coaster?" Oh my god! And I used to like, cause like they put first coaster front gate, fourth coaster back
Mhm.
gate. I also those like work together, and I always got them mixed up. And
Okay.
I think I was just recently that I was told that I was getting them mixed up.
It's okay. At least now you know. At least
I
now
do know
you
now. I do know now. I'm not telling anyone the coaster's at third stop when it's at second.
That's good at least. It's
Oh,
okay. This matches
I
up.
am seeing a someone asking for Helena.
Oh, I
And
would love to
honestly,
see
on Moonlit
mind's eye.
with her recent buffs, I could honestly see it working. And then
That's
we do have
true.
our composer manifesting.
Shout out to Ollie in the
Yeah,
chat. I see him over there.
we all know who's asking for that. Oh my gosh. But yeah, we are going to be moving on here really soon into our ban and pick phase. We're going to be banning the Gamekeeper and Hullabaloo.
I
And
definitely think that
honestly,
the gamekeeper
yeah.
is um like half respect band, and of course um being able to make that distance with your hook, or negate the distance that survivors can have on you, is really big. And when you are on Moonlit, I find that gamekeepers know all these sorts of tricks where they can trap you up against the debris all over the map. I've seen it happen. I've experienced it. It's scary when you have to go
Oh,
and rush and
it's
try and do
horrifying.
the um press the escape button. It's
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, starting out with our first two survivor picks here, being Embalmer and Wildling, we're already going for that huge stalling here. With Embalmer, honestly, if you just put if Embalmer opts to spawn first stop, put his coffin down, take coaster, you're already like you're already a good distance away from your coffin. The hunter
Mhm.
is just forced to chase you at that point. And we all know that Wildling, when he gets a bit of time on his board, is pretty much faster than most hunters that don't have any movement abilities.
Absolutely. And that matters, especially on such a big map. Now, we are going to be seeing a Weeping Clown taken off the table, but in turn, we're going to be having our Decoder the Prisoner selected. Definitely really helpful on bigger maps, especially such as Moonlit. Half of the ciphers are on opposite sides, and of course, you can only traverse to them manually through the bridges. So, being able to make up for that distance with those connections helps out. And of course, decoding progress boosting as well, especially with our slower decoders such as the Wildling. And we are going to be seeing a coordinator ban for our fourth and final ban. And in turn, we're going to be having Acrobat as our fourth lock-in. We're going to have a half Hullabaloo team here. Hullabaloo, the circus group.
The circus.
The actual hunter was banned, but they're still
I mean,
technically
it would have been
hullabaloo.
really funny and ironic if we got the oh my gosh. But yeah, either way,
Hullabaloo
that
on
acrobat,
hullabaloo.
like we were talking
Um,
about earlier, being able to jump off specific areas to give him
mhm,
advantages to reach some areas, especially with that first and fourth stop, being able to jump over the platforms and being able to jump onto like over the rails for the coaster.
or the
Oh.
slides. Oh, our hunter is going to opt for guard 26. Really, really a fun pick, and especially with the recent adjustments to the camp or the chair, um, it really accounts for the general strategy of opting to sell against Bonbon
Mhm.
to shorten the cooldown. But we are gonna go for the regular 2x2 moonlit spawn. But I guess anticipating where our more vulnerable members of the team being that of the embalmer and prisoner, who mostly have to rely on their raw kites. We're going to see the guard 27 or 27, 26.
What happened to the other 25? We'll never know.
Well, we'll just see how
Yeah,
we'll just have to see how it goes.
but
But
like we were like said earlier, that Embalmer is opting to spawn at that first stop, which he can just
mhm.
instantly place his coffin down, and then ride that coaster away if he's able to mind game it properly with this guard here.
For sure. All right. We are going to be having our victory survivors up against our eclipsed hunter. This is going to be the first half of round three. I am Mima, and I am joined with Sam for commentary. Best of luck to both teams.
Yes, good luck, good luck. We're gonna be starting out with
Bida.
B-Dug Bonbon, one of my favorite skins for Bonbon. We're gonna be seeing that coffin coming up almost immediately. Are we gonna be opting to? We're taking that coaster almost immediately. Given
And our
that,
Bonbon has definitely gotten a head start in moving forward. Uh, Meeting the embalmer over at the stairs.
honestly, with Embalmer, all you want
Really
to
great
do.
dodge.
Nice, yes, very well dodged here. All the Embalmer wants to do is get away from his coffin as far as he can, even if it means taking a hit, even if it means taking a bomb. He just wants to get away from that coffin, especially with how Bonbon is going to be working on them. Nice, very well placed bomb hit there. We're going to be seeing the Embalmer get down here. However, it is across the map from his coffin.
We do have to watch out though because the Bonbon does is carrying teleport.
We are using our coffin to rebirth, but instead we're just opting to teleport back over to the coffin.
Ooh, there isn't a first stop cipher, so we are going to be allowing a little bit of time for the embalmer to move over to the pallet area off the platform.
We're going to be seeing that bomb hit come out, very well played from Bon, using that control bomb to get that last guaranteed chip on the Embalmer. We're going to be one hit away from our full presence here.
Yep, and after using the coffin, this does put the embalmer on his second chair.
Just placing one bomb on that chair just should be enough time if this Bonbon is able to spot anyone coming in, which looks like he might have actually spotted that wildling there. Scratch marks. Oh, scratch marks have been spotted, so this Bonbon now knows that someone is nearby here. We're about to see that bomb detonate on chair, so we might be seeing our Embalmer go very soon here.
Mhm. Now, our next target for our Bonbon is going to be our Wildling. We're going to opt for a charge hit, but not quite landing. The
Yeah,
Guard 26 charge hitbox is definitely something interesting. But
yeah,
we're going to see our Hunter go for our Acrobat now, who is forced to get off of that nearly half cipher.
yeah. Unfortunately, impulsive as good as it can be for catching up, it's unfortunate that like we were talking about earlier, that Wildling is just too fast once he gets his full charge on that boar. Using the flywheel to
Hmm.
dodge a bomb chip there for the Acrobat was good play there. We're checking
Oh, and it does
ciphers.
look like, yes.
Oh, catching that prisoner. Very good chase for this Bonbon here, breaking that connection so he doesn't get stunned.
Playing it safe with that distance as well as the breaking line of sight with these walls. Everyone has been doing a pretty good job of dodging these chain bombs. But of course, it does. Oh, we are going to
Oh,
see a
very good
flywheel.
flywheel. Dodges the control bomb.
Transitioning over to our first stop, but unfortunately, our coaster was previously used by the embalmer. There's, of course, a lot of pallets to still be working with.
Mhm. Now, our prisoner does have full kite here, so if he manages to rotate around here, we might be seeing that prisoner try to make his way either to that coaster. Oh, but the Bonbon doesn't know that the ciphers aren't primed yet,
Mm-hmm.
or that the prisoner doesn't have no borrowed time.
No borrowed. Yeah, it looks like we're playing the waiting game here. Oh, going for that basic hit after utilizing some bombs. We do have two left to work with, but our last cipher is nearly primed.
I think our Bonbon here is caught on that the prisoner does not have borrowed time. We're opting to pop that cipher there. We have detention on guard 26 here, along with that
Hmm.
confined, so prisoner can't loop here anymore. Oh, prisoner
Beautiful
does go
chain.
down there, and our teleport is up, but the gate is almost open. So it looks
Yep,
like
and
we
it
are going to be
does.
seeing that Wildling and Acrobat escape. Nice, very well played from both teams there.
Yes, really well done. What an intense match. I think that despite being able to um, have that buff with the chair, I think the containment time benefited the survivors as well. Everyone did a really good job anticipating the bombs, and I do think that being able to utilize them as much as possible though was really good on the hunter's end as well. Keeping track of his targets, and it's harder to harass ciphers for sure on a big map of Moonlit, and of course Bonbon doesn't have as much of that reach as other hunters we previously mentioned, or ones that were banned out, like our Gamekeeper and Goatman. But of course, it's really fun to be able to see these picks to begin with. I know I see a lot of people in the chat really excited about this pick as well, and it's really nice to see everyone's support.
Yes, definitely, because I do know I have seen a bit of War Shotgun before, especially considering they are a very actually well-known Bonbon main.
Hmm.
So being able to see some of that decision making that only some of the top Bonbons do make is very, it's honestly such an interesting thing to see, especially because Bonbon isn't that played anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Even after the adjustment, I think the downside of the adjustment for sure is having to utilize those bombs for the
Yeah.
chair as well. So that's why we did see like War Shotgun only stack one bomb. You can go up to five, but um of course you can only hold six at a time, so it's quite a big investment.
Yeah, definitely, especially because you have to choose either one or the other. Um, if you want to decide to put the bombs on chair, then you're not able to like use them to stop any rescues.
Hmm.
But you are getting that faster chair timer. However, if you don't put bombs on the chair, you're going to be having your standard time, but you do get that chance to camp more. However, you are gonna be, instead of, again, like we were mentioning earlier, you can't pressure those ciphers, and you're just gonna get cipher rushed in the end.
For sure. And staying so spread out, being able to decode ciphers on the opposite sides of the maps. And of course, we did have Prisoner in play for quite a bit. He wasn't our first target. So, Prisoner was able to boost the decoding of both the Acrobat as well as the Wildling. Definitely
Hmm.
really crucial for characters like the Wildling, who does have a significant decoding debuff.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely. And honestly, we are gonna be seeing, because I know Bonbon used to be a very popular pick, but honestly, he just kind of fell off in comparison to some of the newer hunters.
Hmm.
Yeah, but we are moving on to our round three second half year ban pick phase. We do have that Goatman and Hermit globally banned for Victory Hunter. And for the Eclipse survivors, Magician, Gardener, Novelist, Lucky Guy, Thief, and Antiquarian are off the table as well.
It's fun to
So
see so many veterans just in the global bans, whether intentional or not. I still think it's fun to be able to see characters both recent and old, based on their releases, being able to be used. I think even Guard 26. I'm so scared of saying the wrong number again. I don't know what happened to me. It's gonna keep me up at night, but
Go
um
go haunt you.
but um yeah, I think Guard 26 and Violinist as well are kind of on the more classic side in terms of releases. So it's cool to be able to see them as well.
Mhm.
I hope we get more veterans, honestly. That's gonna be my manifestation.
Definitely. However, on a map like Moonlit, we for Eclipse here, we do still have that seer open if they're not banning. If
I
our
think they
Victory Hunter is not gonna ban that seer. I might have jinxed
Yeah.
it.
I wish you could see my head tilt, like
As soon as they banned him, I was like, well, I just jinxed it for Eclipse. It's all right. Yeah, but getting that seer out of there definitely a good call for the Victory Hunter there, especially considering how because we did see him round one, and we already see how well he performed in round one already.
All right. So it does look like we are going to be taking Opera Singer and Breaking Wheel off the table. Definitely a solid choice considering the map alone. But we did opt for a Gravekeeper and Puppeteer pick. And now we're locking in with the Psychologist after banning out Meteorologist. Definitely a tanky team. These are some of the um, what's the opposite of hard hitters? I'm sorry. I feel like if it wasn't obvious
Hard hit
already,
it.
English is not my first language. So,
Hmm.
what is the opposite of heavy or hard hitters?
Hmm.
Whatever it is, that's what they are.
Whatever it is.
Being able to tank um more than the standard two hits. Um with Gravekeeper and a shovel,
Our team of
Puppeteering
our team of
Lewis.
brick walls.
Exactly. And Pharaoh Lady. Well, she has her invisibility. Unfortunately, she's not invincible. They're very similar words, but it definitely makes for another great uh, long distance decoder, if you will. She
Yeah,
can't quite connect to ciphers, but given the large range of the map as well as the just sheer amount of ciphers on the map in general, being able to siphon progress or just keep track of um, the cipher progress amounts in general is really helpful, especially when you're in your 14 communication. And our forward is going to be our fourth and final ban in turn.
yeah, definitely. So it looks like our hunter is just very isn't going to be able to do well with harass. So this possibly could be someone like a disciple coming out on this, or it could even be something like a gamekeeper. But I don't believe we're opting for something like shadow.
Oh, you know what?
Oh,
We were
I
talking
wait, I
about how.
wait,
Yeah,
I
you want to go?
manifested this earlier. I manifested this earlier. We are going to be
Yeah.
seeing the Wu Chang come from the hunter pick on victory.
Very exciting. You don't see Wu Chang much nowadays. Uh, though we did see Wu Chang get adjusted with Guard 26 recently as well. So I was
Definitely.
expecting a little bit more of a usage, but it's going to be fun to um, be able to see that get utilized. You know, the
Yes.
range of those hitboxes makes a big difference. But of course, we once again have our tanky team. So, oh, and we're going to go with a double tide as well with our puppeteer.
Yeah, definitely. Instead of our hunters here going for the meta picks, we're honestly thankfully getting to see some of these more unique picks. Honestly, picks that we didn't expect, picks that they probably didn't expect.
Hmm.
Yeah, as you were saying, we do have a double tide turner here with our gravekeeper and puppeteer, but we do have a double flywheel as well with our psychologist and fire lady here.
For sure, and that definitely helps out a lot with both the White Guard Soul Siphon and the Bell of the Black Guard as well. Of course, it does mean that our Gravekeeper and Puppeteer, respectively, if they do happen to be going in for those rescues, they'll have to watch out for that, especially as the Hunter's presence is accumulated. You often see Wuchang bring insolence, so that's definitely a possibility here. But of course, being having their shovel and their puppet respectively does allow them to buy some extra time when they're going in for those rescues. But now we are going into our second half of round two with
Round three.
our eclipse. Or sorry, yes, round three. Thank you, Sam. Me and the numbers are just not getting along
Oh my
well.
god.
But we are going to be having our Eclipse survivors up against our Victory Hunter. My name is Mima, and I am with Sam for commentary. Best of luck to both teams.
Yep. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Now, Soul just kind of looking around, maybe looking for Cypher shaking. We're not going to be going for that puppeteer early because it's just unfortunate chase for early. We're instead opting for that Pharaoh lady instead, trying to get the getting a bit mind game here, even though with that wand. However, the
Hmm.
Pharaoh did did get Pharaoh enough away that it gave an alert to the Wu Chang. Unfortunately, going to be throwing that pallet down here, so the Pharaoh lady is no longer invisible for a little bit of time here. We do have confined space, so our Wu Chang does have fast pallet breaking here. But that does mean
What?
we are trading out for no insolence instead. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
but our Gravekeeper
Oh,
is here to body block. Pharaoh
I
lady
think the
popping her
Pharaoh
flag
Lady,
wheel.
yeah, to get behind or to get in front of the Gravekeeper, but we are going to be seeing our Wuchang hit the Gravekeeper's shovel and going to opt to switch targets to our
Beautiful
Gravekeeper who
charge attack
does the
hitting
gate.
that Gravekeeper.
Now we are at first presence. Gravekeeper is going to opt to use that second shovel. And now we are going to be seeing our Gravekeeper itemless.
This does mean that our Wu Chang does still have Blink, however, all his movement cooldowns are on. All his movement abilities are on cooldown. However, we're going to be seeing that Blink come out. The Terror Shock for full presence.
Yeah, our ciphers are looking healthy over here with two just about to be popped. Feral Lady has since then taken over our Gravekeeper cipher, but Wuchang is going to transition over towards the merry-go-round, where our puppeteer is going to be moving in for that rescue.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to be Puppeteer not getting baited out by the hit. We are going to be taking that Lewis hit. However, we are going to be taking another hit, though, unfortunately, with the Puppeteer untied. Couldn't
Mm-hmm.
pop another Lewis to take less damage.
Yes, Lewis is not ready. And of course, our Gravekeeper doesn't have any items to work with, but is keeping a fair distance between the team.
Our psychologist is opting to heal this puppeteer with her whistle so they can all focus on decoding. So we do have our fire lady on a 70% cipher here, psychologist on a
Mhm.
40% cipher here, giving this
Yes,
puppeteer another chance to
unfortunately.
come in.
Yeah,
Oh,
unfortunate.
doesn't touch the soul siphon.
Yeah, and the sorry, what was it? The wanted order does put our puppeteer at a disadvantage, but we are going to be
Manages to.
seeing
Oh,
nice. We are
unfortunately,
going to be
puppeteer taking a lot of hits. We're going to opt for that body block. Our Wucheng doesn't have any blink, so it's up to this puppeteer to keep this gravekeeper alive. We are going to be seeing the body block coming through. Our psychologist is at an 85% cipher, so this gravekeeper could honestly come in for another rescue if possible. However, he needs to make his way in quick. Oh
it
no,
looks
we
like our
have our
Pharaoh
fire lady
lady is moving
already
in.
making her way in, but this gravekeeper needs to survive long enough. Getting the vault over the window, so he still has a little bit of time. Wucheng missing the hit. Gravekeeper going down, cipher popping. Fire lady gets the rescue, but the bell does come out, reversing our gravekeeper's controls.
Unfortunately, this is Gravekeeper's last chair, so he will be getting sent back to the manor shortly. Unfortunately, as well, the puppeteer was only rescued after the last cipher was popped, so we aren't going to be seeing uh, a full health puppeteer. Our Wuchang is going to opt to go and switch over to our fourth stop gate, where our Pharaoh Lady.
Ooh,
Oh,
Far
really
Lady
great
dodging
work.
that. Unfortunately, Wu Chang isn't able to really pinpoint on where she is. Looks like we've caught up to her though. Beautiful
Really
flywheel coming
great.
from that Far Lady, but unfortunately, it's just not enough.
Mhm.
We
Oh,
are
but the
we,
gate's open. Oh, oh, unfortunately, we
unfortunately,
are
yeah, our
going to
Gravekeeper wasn't
see.
close enough, or not Gravekeeper,
Mhm.
Puppeteer wasn't close enough.
Really close call, and that was a really excellent blink predict on the Pharaoh Lady's part. But we are gonna go tie for this third round.
Yeah, and according to our win conditions here,
Mm.
uh, if Victory got if there was a 2 escape, that would mean that Victory has gotten the win. So we do have our winners of Victory here. So congratulations to Victory for moving on. We are going to be seeing, unfortunately, seeing Eclipse not quite make it, but they did also put up a very good fight.
Yeah, both teams did amazing, and it was really an honor to be able to watch and commentate, uh, as well as have them start off I almost said second, our fourth season of Luvia League. Really solid start to everything, and
Yes,
honestly,
very
congrats to both
strong.
teams. It's very neck and neck.
So congratulations again to Victory for claiming the win here. We are going to be moving on to our next matchup soon, which is Omni versus H2O. I will be back with you guys again for that matchup with Velvet. Unfortunately, that means Mima is going to be leaving us, but thank you, Mima, for joining me today in commentary.
Thank you so much for having me. I'll be sure to practice my counting and numbers in the meantime, but I will be I will be back for tomorrow's matchups. Just for future reference, tomorrow we are going to be having TF versus UM with Barry and Bones for commentary. That's going to be at 12 p.m. PST. And then I'm going to be joining Bones for the 3 p.m. PST bracket with Fusion versus KL. Really looking forward to all these matches. And yeah, I'll be handing it over to you, Sam, for our later bracket, and to Velvet as well. Really excited to have you both on.
All right, we're just going to be going on a short break here while we wait for the next matchup. So everyone get your snacks, go to the bathroom, and we'll be back.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight moonlight touch their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts,
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to
live
do.
as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, the Vinland charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth. The warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
I.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts,
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to
live
do.
as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, the Vinland charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, The seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth. The warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
I.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts,
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to
live
do.
as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, the Vinland charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth. The warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
I.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once
Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts,
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to
live
do.
as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, the Vinland charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth, the warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
I.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon. dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts.
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to
Live
do.
as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, the Vinland charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth, the warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
I.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts.
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to
Live
do.
as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, the Vinland charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth, the warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
I.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts,
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to
live
do.
as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, the Vinland charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth, the warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
I.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts,
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to
live
do.
as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, the Vinland charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth, the warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
I.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts,
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to
live
do.
as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, A life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does. The Vinland, charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth. The warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
I.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts,
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to
live
do.
as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does. A life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does. The Vinland, charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth. The warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
I.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds, would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts,
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to
live
do.
as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, the Vinland charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth, the warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
I.
We need to like introduce the teams as well.
Okie everyone. We are back to LLU Day 1. We are on our next matchup here with Omni versus H2O. It's me, Sam. I'm back. But this time I am joined with Velvet here.
Hey everyone, I'm Velvet. So excited to be commenting for this Omni versus H2O.
So starting off today, we are well not starting off today, but starting off this matchup, two very, very actually well-known teams have been around in the tournament scene for like forever. Um But honestly, as we were saying earlier, getting to see Omni so soon after we had just seen them in IVT, it's very special to get to see them again here.
Yeah, indeed. Very excited to see any of the plays that will be coming up to see who would be the winner out of like these two strong teams and their matchup. So I'm looking forward to the match later.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, and with how these matchups are, especially just considering these two teams, they've already made a name for themselves. As in, like there are a few teams here that we haven't seen before, but these two teams are such powerhouses that we've seen in other tournaments. Like as we were saying, like even in Koa, we've seen Omni and what they can do, but there are some people we haven't seen what they can do yet. So it's exciting to see how they fare against these like powerhouses of teams that we've gotten to see before.
Oh, that's very interesting. Honestly, I don't think I know much about like other tournaments because it's like my first time commentating. So, like powerhouses? Ooh, interesting. Um, but like, what other tournaments have they like competed in?
Well, we do know H2O is pretty consistently in. They are usually one of the top Koa teams. We usually see them in our qualifiers. So usually during the time Koa comes around to our NAEU server, we do see them usually around the top teams. But we have seen them in previous associated tourneys that we've seen. I believe they were just in the Premier tourney. I believe they have been in LO before. So we have gotten to see a bit of them before.
Oh, I see, I see. That's very interesting. Are there any like players that you're looking forward to today?
I can't say because you know what? These teams are so unpredictable with whatever strategies they decide to lay out on the table. I can't say that I have any predictions for these two.
That's very true, but honestly, I'm looking forward to like the meta today. Like, when they pick the meta characters, like the meta hunters. What's the meta right now? It's like Hula Baloo, Goatman, um, Ivy, and Opera Singer, is it?
Yes, those are our current top four meta hunters. But since Hullabaloo's nerfs, people have been opting to play Hullabaloo a bit less because Goatman is now out of the standard round one, unless it's not a great map for him. So oftentimes we'll
Oh.
see, because oftentimes he ends up getting banned in things like in later rounds, like round two, where survivors get to get their first hunter bans, and global bans take place for both teams.
Oh, wait, I think things have changed because I remember last time it was like Opera Singer was like the first BO1 hunter. She was like the go-to BO1 hunter. But I
Yeah,
think she
but
got nerfed.
yeah, she's been really heavily nerfed, so she's not played super consistently, but we will see her on some maps let benefit her. Like I know Arms Factory is a good map for her. You can play her on Leo's, which is a good map for her because of how many different obstacles there are for her to dash to.
Yes, that's very true. Speaking of maps, are there any maps that you're particularly like looking forward to?
I mentioned this with Mima, but am really hoping to see a Chinatown. However, I know that
Oh,
not a lot of people like playing on it, so it often does get banned. But if we do get to see a Chinatown, I am really hoping that they do pick it one round.
Okay, that's very true. For me, I'm not sure if is Dark Woods included. I'm looking forward to Dark Woods actually.
I do not know if Darkwoods is actually included. Let me check.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it because there's like a lot of how do I say? I feel like the kiting system there is different from the other maps. Like you have the swings and then you have
Yeah,
the
definitely.
one where you go up like a pile of logs and you swing to the other side. So I'm actually really looking forward to that. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of
Looks like
like
Darkwoods isn't allowed in our map pool though,
no,
unfortunately. But
it's
you know
alright.
what? We'll get it one day. That we haven't we haven't gotten Golden Cave, we haven't gotten Asylum in our regular competitive modes, so maybe hopefully one day we get Darkwoods, but it'll come soon, I hope.
Yes. Yes, definitely. Speaking of Asylum, if we ever do include that map, oh god, I feel like you can't ever play Lucino in there.
Honestly, if they had never buffed it so he couldn't jump under ceilings, because he used to not be able to jump under ceilings, but it was I think a year or two ago where they changed it so he could jump indoors just as long as he didn't hit a ceiling. But I think he's more playable in Asylum than he used to be.
Yes, definitely. Ooh, I can see the chat. H2O, my goat. Wow, we have so many H2O fans here. H2O is so cool, so
Yeah,
amazeballs.
H2O is I've noticed that the people love H2O.
Why though?
Oh, they've been around. I think they've collected their fans throughout the time that they've been together. They
I see.
definitely
I love H2O too. I mean, we can't live without H2O, right? Thank you to the team of H2O for investing in my small business and helping me make it big.
uh, secret reasons why they're actually popular.
Wow. Honestly, thank you H2O for paying for my hospital insurance and making sure that I live until today. Wow. Thank you, Winter, for giving me money when I was homeless on the streets. I can really see the passion from the fans in the comment section here.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone knew that this was going to be a really good matchup to look forward to. Definitely with
Yes.
H2O. And honestly,
Yeah.
we get to see more pit stoppers, especially with his hunter.
Ooh,
He might pull out some
yes.
special picks for us, even though he usually pit stoppers does usually stick to meta, but we might see some unique picks from him here.
I see, I see. It seems like you know quite a lot about Pitstopper. Do you like happen to know like his play style?
Pit stopper. He's very. I think from what I see, he's very smart. He knows how his hunter works, and I think that's one of the big things that Pit Stoppers is really well known for is that he understands how his characters that he plays works. And that's I think such an important thing that a lot of hunter players need to learn to get at like that good at the game like Pit Stoppers is.
Mm, I agree, I agree. Speaking of hunters, I feel like nowadays we're seeing more and more non-meta characters. Like, for example, in the competition scene in COA, it's like you have Dongxuan's geisha and then his Wuchang,
Mhm.
and then you also even see Hermit and stuff like that. So I feel like that's a really good thing. Like people have gone out of just, you know, playing meta for the sake of playing them to win. And they're actually I feel like they're actually beginning to kind of enjoy themselves in the competition. Like, hey, like I'm gonna play a character that I like, which I think is
Mhm.
quite nice.
Yeah, no, definitely 100%. It's also along the lines of that the it's also to catch some of these teams off guard because when you're like practicing for these tournaments you never know who you're up against until until your schedule is released. So oftentimes people like they'll only practice against the meta hunters or like hunters that get the most pick rates like Goatman or Hullabaloo. but
Yes,
they never usually expect those off meta picks, and it'll usually it might throw them off sometimes.
yes, that's very true. So I think right now we've come to the ban picks for the round one.
Yes.
Looks like the
So
map being picked is
Moonlit River
um
Park,
yes. Oh, that's very interesting. So I feel
a
like
very good round one map.
mm-hmm,
We could be
mm-hmm.
seeing Hullabaloo come out. It's a very strong map for him. We could also be seeing that Goatman to keep distance closed, use those cages to traverse across the map.
Yes, that's very true. But about hunters, but what about survivors? I feel like priestess is definitely a must ban in this map.
Definitely. If they don't it's always it's always pretty standard that in your first two bans for the hunter, if you don't ban priestess on Moonlit, they're probably going to take priestess. But
Yes, that's very true.
with Moonlit, I think characters like Puppeteer are very strong because you need as much durability as you can. You like with that Puppeteer pick, you might also want someone like a psychologist because you would want to be
Mm,
able to have that Puppeteer do as much as like tanking as he can, but often running it across the map to heal someone is often a waste of time. So having that remote whistle from psychologist could always be useful on Moonlit.
that's true. Speaking of kiters, what about rescuers? Any solid rescuers that you recommend in Moonlit?
For Moonlit, we could always see that Gravekeeper again. Mercenary is always a strong pick. First Officer is always a pick that is possible, but I feel could be saved for later rounds.
I agree, I agree. For me personally, I feel like um journalist is quite solid, but then again, Moonlit is quite a big map, so
Yeah.
probably rescuers with better mobility would do better, like mercenary forward. Sorry, gamekeeper. Speaking of forward, do you think H2O would pick any harassers?
H2O and Harasser, it's possible. I don't know. I mean, you can always lock in that anti-round one like we've been seeing, but as far as harassers, usually you like we saw I believe it was Victory playing a three harasser team a few rounds ago so they could guarantee some outs. But that when you commit to the full harasser team, you often lose out on a lot of decoding. So you often want to make sure you have a decoder with you. But if you go maybe like we saw first round one, we had a double rescuer with that coordinator and mercenary, but like we also had that seer who is able to kite for long periods of time and who's able to guarantee that you get that time to kite for your teammates to decode. But
Yes, agreed. About Seer, I feel like Seer is part he's quite like annoying in the sense that he can like block one hit, which can buy a lot of time for the team. So I feel like Seer would also be on the ban list.
yes. And it does look like for our first two bans, we are seeing that Seer and Antiquarian, two very strong picks out of the way for Moonlit. However, that does leave that Priestess slot open, so I wonder if our survivors are going to be taking advantage of that.
That's true. And looks
But
like Magician and Coordinator has been picked. Wow, Magician.
Magician has
He's a
been seeing
very
his insurgence
yeah,
of pick rate lately. Honestly, I don't blame them because Magician and how he is, he honestly he can waste a lot of time if you can learn to mind game him properly. But it's
yes,
looking like we're going
that's
to be
true.
seeing a goat man come out soon here, considering we haven't banned priestess. Especially considering that goat man will counter that priestess if we are thinking about playing him.
Yes, that's true. Ooh, looks like there's an Embalmer being picked. Probably the survivors want to this I feel like this are like is like looking forward to like probably a gate war because Embalmer is pretty strong in gate wars.
Hmm. Yeah, they're definitely going for more of a either sustain or full kite here. Because with that magician, you want to be able to kite for as long as possible while also letting that embalmer decode, but also not going down because you don't want to give that decoding debuff to that coordinator super early on into the game.
Yes. About hunters, who do you think he's gonna pick?
I personally feel like it's a Goatman just because of the lack of a priestess ban,
That's
but
true.
you never know what our H2O hunter could lock in here.
Yeah, there are many other hunters that counter priestess, but hmm, probably like mobility hunters.
That is entirely possible. There's also the possibility of, I don't know, like round one wax artist maybe, which could also be a reason why maybe Antiquarian was banned because she does a good job on forcing that wax out or like forcing the hunter to go in uncomfortable positions. And that Gravekeeper also could
That's
have been
true.
a our survivors on Omni could have also thought of that, which is why the Gravekeeper might have came out.
That's true. That's true. Looks like the survivor team has a bit of a debuff, a bit of the slow, not that slow, but slower than average with like the two rescuers. Ooh, Ivy. Oh, we're seeing a lot of map control with this one. A lot of her power spike is when two ciphers are remaining, so the survivors are gonna have like a hard time towards the end of the game.
Yeah, especially with how slow their decoding is going to be naturally. But however,
Yes,
this does benefit our coordinator here, considering Ivy doesn't really go for fast downs, but she excels in camping. So if our survivors can last long enough, maybe if they want to force that magician to take the first kite, maybe their gravekeeper, as long
yes,
as
looks like,
just
yeah.
to prevent that coordinator's decoding debuff for as long as possible.
That's true. Oh, looking at the survivor spawn point, I feel like this is not a very common one because most people they would choose first stop, last stop, middle bridge, and the two-story building. But I think Magician chose the second stop so he can press the red light button on it to
Yeah,
turn it green.
definitely.
So when, yeah,
Especially with the fact that they know it's going to be that Ivy. I think Magician wanting to turn off that stop, especially just wanted to prevent her from getting too many obstrucons close by, to getting too many of those control areas on one side of the map, because that could really affect how survivors get ciphers done.
that's very true. And we're seeing the survivors all centered on like the right part of the map. So I feel like the left part of the map is not it's quite vacant. So honestly for Ivy, such a good map control, map presence hunter, this spawn point might be, could I say, like advantageous towards her because I feel like the survivors are quite concentrated in one part of the map.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially considering when they group up like together like this, that's what an Ivy player wants. That's why when you see maps like Lakeside, you have all the survivors spread out as much as possible. But either
Yes.
way, we are heading into round one, first half, Omni versus H2O. My name is Sam. I'm commentating here with Velvet. Good luck to both teams.
Good luck. She's
Starting
putting
off,
out
we
her
are immediately
shadow.
releasing the Yith.
Yep.
Ooh, Magician not opting to turn off that stop sign.
She's putting her shadow here to, oh, I think she sees him. She knows he's going for it.
Yith on the Magician, however, it is not on top of a cipher. We are instead opting to chase for, I believe that is our coordinator here. Our coordinator already had a very strong kiting area. We're gonna unfortunately going to be getting that scare off, so that does put our coordinator at around 80 stacks here. Going to be forced to take the hit here.
Oh, that was a very nice red light trick by Ivy done there. Coordinator takes a hit, but she still has a gun left to use, so it is up to our hunter to know when to dodge that gun and if he can.
Yeah, our insolence has just kicked in for the Ivy. We are gonna be looking at that gun coming out just to prevent that blink on the coaster. We're gonna be seeing the scare, unfortunately not knocking the coordinator off the coaster. However, we do have an obstacle right on top of that coaster platform.
Oh, Magician did not unfortunately turn on the red light, and Ivy chose to use her blink to get a faster down on the coordinator, saving her some time. And three ciphers progress. One's about to be popped. Ivy, after trying card, will most likely turn to do some bit of cipher controlling.
Yep. Opting to move our gift towards that God Kite area. We're gonna be seeing, I believe, Magician coming in for the rescue, yep. We do have Embalmer giving tinnitus around the area. However, he's probably just looking for another cipher to work on here, considering he had just finished his.
I
However, the
think
Ivy does
Magician's
get vision
choosing.
on that
Yep,
Embalmer.
yep. Magician's choosing to go in for the rescue. But looks like Ivy. Oh, this. Oh, Magician managed to rescue without getting hit, and so I feel like, damn, he managed to
Coordinator
sneak
does
in the
get killed.
rescue cards. She's doing her second kite. Um.
Oh, beautiful
Oh, and
pounce from that Coordinator.
damn, she's buying a lot of time for the team right now, and I feel like she's able to continue her second kite, going towards the two pallets area. Ivy's still chasing her. But Ivy's
Moving
at
her
the
gift,
same time also moving her shadow to control the cipher.
getting a hit through the pallet. However, the Coordinator does have a coffin from the Embalmer. It looks like we are going to be placing that Yith right on top of the coffin, being able to teleport as soon as that Coordinator rebirths here. Embalmer has already moved off that cipher, and they are starting a new one, while our Gravekeeper's on a cipher that's around 50%.
Teleporting to
Just
court.
barely managing it
Choose.
to escape that stun there for the Coordinator. If she avoids looking at her,
Yes.
she get a little bit longer. Nice, very well played. She does not have her flywheel ready yet, so she's gonna get down to here, and this is our last chair for the Coordinator here.
Okay, after eliminating coordinator, looks like she's choosing to go to where the a gravekeeper is.
Yeah, we are gonna be getting that scare with the Yith off. However, we are opting to throw down both pallets here and go into the shovel to prolong our kite as long as possible. We do have Embalmer on that 25% cipher. We're going to be pressuring that, leaving the Gravekeeper who can go back to his cipher. Now that a survivor has been eliminated, it is less time for the obstacles to be destroyed. However, our
Just use her
Magician is
blink.
has just finished one more cipher, so they just have one more cipher remaining here.
Yes. Looks like Gravekeeper is going back to the cipher he was decoding, and Ivy is committing to the chase for Embalmer. Wait, no, she's going back to the cipher. Her shadow is going to the cipher that the magician is decoding.
Yeah, at this point, because we have two ciphers that are very close to each other, like we were saying before. When she gets those two ciphers that are really close to each other, it becomes really easy to patrol two ciphers at once and have her shadow on a completely different cipher that might be across the map. However, if we
Yes,
do have Embalmer breaking the Obstacle down at that 40% cipher over here. However, the shadow is already on her way back to counter that. We're gonna be going for that magician, yet
yes.
still on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, looks like she's committing to the chase to magician while using her shadow to control the two ciphers that are being decoded by Gravekeeper. And looks like Gravekeeper is trying to
Gravekeeper
pop
just has to
open the
force the cipher.
cipher.
Gravekeeper, oh, unfortunately,
Oh no.
he does not get to use his shovel in time to body block, but that cipher is at 97%. So if possible, if Magician is able to come in, we could possibly see that cipher pop and get a 2-man escape here.
Yes, and then yep, I think what the survivors need to do now is magician come, rescue Gravekeeper, and then both of them go to the cipher and then just force a pop there. Can magician rescue successfully and decode open the cipher?
We're going to be seeing that successful
Okay.
rescue, but we are not going to be seeing a body block. Magician destroying the Obstacon instead of decoding the cipher. Magician Embalmer's cipher is at 80%, but are we going to be seeing that? We're not going to be seeing the leech come. We're going to see that leech come out. Embalmer getting hit down. Gravekeeper gets rescued, but
Yes.
it's not gonna be enough time to fully decode it yet.
Yes. But I feel like because Ivy has like she can control the cipher that Gravekeeper is decoding and he's at half health. Probably Magician would need to be the one at the cipher. Oh, oh
Trying to
my
pop the
god!
cipher. Unfortunately, bad timing for our magician here who got blinked down by that Ivy. If our Gravekeeper,
Oh my god!
If our Gravekeeper gets scared out of Shuffle, this is looking like a 4-man elimination from our H2O hunter here.
Wow, this was insane. The Cypher Pop with the Blink paired together with Ivy's detention managed to insta down the magician, causing him to like all his magic wands to not be used, and then she scares the Gravekeeper out of his shovel, resulting in a 4-man. Congratulations to our H2O hunter for getting a 4-man in BO1.
That's very well played from both sides. Just that Ivy, as soon as we hit that one cipher, those 3 ciphers that unfortunately 2 of them got really close together, so they just didn't have enough wiggle room to work on both at the same time.
Yes, agreed. Ivy's power spike is when there's like 2 ciphers remaining, and as we could see, we really saw that this match. Like the way she was controlling like all the ciphers, no matter how far they were. Like there was that one at the God Kite area, and then the one at the last stop, and then she managed to draw out the time and play it until like both sides have used up their consumable items, and like sh how she whittled down their health, like hitting Embalmer and then Gravekeeper both were half health, and then she did not choose to commit to any single one of them, so playing it for the long run. And then we also saw how there were a bit of miscommunication or like misplay between the survivors with the um Cypher Pop and then the Blink, and then also them not choosing to heal up. I feel like the survivors, they were too impatient. Like they chose to
Mhm.
rush the Cypher Pop instead of playing it out in the long run, like Ivy chose to.
Yeah, unfortunately, that pop was just really unfortunate timing. They should have just waited for the magician to rescue the embalmer. But unfortunately, instead, Gravekeeper just
Yes.
decided to instead opt to pop that last cipher, which honestly wasn't the best decision in the best ideals our survivor as on Omni year. But unfortunately, we are gonna get to see Omni hunting this time. So we might get to see more of those meta picks that pit stoppers can bring out.
Yes. Looking forward to Pitstopper versus Omni Survivors, but the pressure is on the Omni Survivors right now because the H2 Hunter just got a 4 kill in the last match. I feel like the Omni survivors would have to maybe get a 4-man escape or a 3-man escape. Yeah, so the
Here
pressure
here
is
eight
on.
here are if pit stoppers wants to equal the score out, we are gonna have to see that 4-man elimination for pit stoppers here. Because if pit stoppers isn't able to get those 4-man out, we could be seeing up to like a 3 maybe 2 point difference here going into round 2.
Yes, definitely. Going to the band pick phase. Sears band. Ooh,
Yeah,
most
starting
likely
off
pit
with that
stoppers
Seer
gonna
ban again,
choose.
like we
Yeah,
were saying, she's like very Seer's very strong pick. Getting that ban first round, saving the Seer for later rounds when you have more comfort pick hunters.
yep. Sear and Embalmer band makes me think that the hunter pit stoppers picking probably gonna be a pure single hit hunter, and then probably with not a lot of mobility since um he doesn't want to deal with Embalmer's coffin. Oh, but Puppeteer is banned. Hmm. Puppeteer really counters single hit hunters, so probably pit stoppers gonna use a single hit hunter. I'm looking more of probably Geisha and yeah, those kinds, antiquarian.
Yeah, And starting off with our survivor picks here of that first officer, aeroplanist, and psychologist, all very strong round one picks. Honestly, to have these on their global ban is not too bad because these are all very strong. You got that first officer who is near guaranteed to get a rescue if he can play his cards right, and if he's not spotted too far away from chair. You got your
Yes.
psychologist, like we were saying earlier, who's able to heal across the map if needed, and then your aeroplanist, who's able to traverse across the map very easily with his jetpacks.
Yes, and then you also have novelist who can use his books to pilot stun the hunter, so making him a great, how would say, viable harasser, especially if he's trying to um harass to protect one of his teammates that just got down from chair. So looking forward to who Pitstopper is gonna pick. What do you think?
I believe we could see a hullabaloo coming out from Pit Stoppers here, especially considering he got rid of like Antiquarian, Puppeteer, two very good counters to that hullabaloo. However, we could always see that Goatman come out. We could always see. I mean, we could always see his opera coming out here as well, or we could always see another Ivy as well, which is probably why Embalmer was banned here and Antiquarian.
Yes, that's true. Most likely single hit hunters and hmm. Oh, you are right, Sam. It's a
Yeah.
Goatman.
Yeah, with Goatman, he's very easily able to traverse across the map. He's very easily able to catch up with some of these survivors. And like we saw earlier, if the Goatman is able to if the Goatman is able to catch like maybe first officer if he's going in early, we know that he can stuff that rescue very easily as long as he plays his cards right. But we do also have that novelist who could pose a bit of a threat to that Goatman if playing his cards right. Which looking like we do have our aeroplanist with no borrowed time, however opting for a flywheel and tide turner instead.
Yes. Looks like their spawn points. They're evenly spaced out across the map, two on the left, two on the right. Both aeroplanes and novice chose to spawn next to the first stop and the last stop. First stop, last stops are great kiting areas, and novice also has the option to transition between first stop or the god kite area. Looks like Goatman chose to spawn next to psychologist. Who do you think his first chase would most likely be?
Most likely, I believe if he's confident, pit stoppers could possibly go for that aeroplanist. While
Yeah.
psychologist is wouldn't be a horrible chase, I believe that psychologist because I don't believe we know what trait pit stoppers is bringing. Because if he's bringing peepers, then this could be a psychologist chase because peepers will really easily counter that two-story loop, being able to mind game in that area, but also Goatman is really easily able to close off that distance between him and Aeroplanist if he does try to jetpack away.
Yes, that's true. Like he could just put down his cage and then the aeroplaners are like going from one side and then come up from the other.
All right, and we are heading into round one, second half. Omni is hunting, H2O is surviving. My name is Sam. I'm with Velvet. Good luck to both teams.
Good luck.
We are opting for that Aeroplanist chase first here.
Chose to put down the pallet just to be safe, but
I
now
believe
he's
that is an,
yeah.
is an abnormal from pit stoppers here. Ooh, beautiful
Ooh,
first hit on that aeroplanist. He did get one jetpack out of the way. Goes right back into pit stoppers. However, we are using that hover. Unfortunately, is just not enough as that aeroplanist is not far enough away.
I'm sorry, but he this aeroplanist um a huge misplay by the aeroplanist here.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Um,
also getting chaired right on top of that Psychologist Cipher. Again, Pitstoppers does have a
yeah.
normal here, so he's just going to completely reset the progress on that Cipher. We do have First Officer coming in for a fairly early rescue here. We're going to see him try and break
Yes.
that cage, but it's just not going to be going through here.
Yes.
We're going to be seeing a chip hit go through on that First Officer here. However, we do get immediately hit again, so that First Officer is now only a chip away from being downed.
Yes. But now Aeroplanist has the chance to get a second kite. Will Aeroplanist make a good second kite? Hopefully. Commenting to the chase by Aeroplanist, putting his cage.
Beautiful
Oh,
flywheel from
flywheel
that
dodged
Aeroplanist.
that. Yes, beautiful.
Mind gaming this pallet very well from Aeroplanist, but unfortunately that Goatman is just able to go through those two cages really quickly.
Yes.
Our pit stoppers does catch Tinnitus, but instead he's not going to go for that hit on the Novelist.
No, Novelist gonna be the second one to rescue. Cipher progress is not quite enough. Survivors need to. Ooh,
Ooh,
oh,
unfortunate timed
beautiful.
flywheel, but does get the rescue off. However, it is a bit early, and our ciphers are a bit behind now that we've been focusing on this arrow so much. Good, amazing swap from that Novelist there. Really well played.
Yes. Yes.
Now our Aeroplanist does still have one more jetpack to work here with, if he's able to mind game around pit stoppers. Novelist taking a chip hit, which could be a little bit bad for later, but it's looking like that Aeroplanist manages to dodge the cage, letting Novelist take the down instead. We are about to pop our third cipher.
Yes. Goatman decided to switch targets, but will he be able to find Aeroplanist? I feel like he's gonna churn Novelist and go out. He's pulling out to hunt for Aeroplanist, but Aeroplanist just got killed by Psychologist, so it's back to base 0 for Goatman. He needs to camp Novelist
Yeah,
and at least get
blocking off
one out.
a really large area with that cage, considering that First Officer has a chip on him. But it looks like
Yes.
we could be seeing a stuff rescue if nope. But we are going to be seeing a hit come in immediately. No more tide because it used that on the Aeroplanist. But are we going to be seeing the Novelist is going to be running away?
Yep.
Maybe trying to
He's
make it
most
to
likely.
that coaster.
Yeah.
Does have a metaphor ready.
Choosing to loop Goatman around this obstacle, going to the pallet.
Oh, unfortunately, Goatman
Oh,
misses our
unfortunate.
cage here, so we're gonna have to break that, and we don't have enough energy to cage back, so that Novelist might be able to get the rescue on the First Officer. We do only have one
Yes.
cipher remaining here.
Yes. No. Ooh, nice. Nice hit on the Novelist. Goodman's the chair Novelist to get his first elimination, and then I think his priority right now would be switching to Cipher Control to make sure the last Cipher doesn't get popped. Oh, but Novelist still has his chair.
We do have
Yeah.
that Aeroplanist nearby. We also do have that First Officer. However, he does not have any items nor his tide left. So we are going to be looking for that Aeroplanist play here. Instead using another jetpack to distract for that First Officer who doesn't get the rescue quite yet. Oh, unfortunately misses the cage to stall.
Yeah. The three of them are just trying to buy some time, trying to keep the last chair Novelist alive before Cipher is popped. And looks like they're doing a great job at it. Aeroplanist with all the body blocks. But Goatman right now needs to target lock the Novelist. Oh no!
Unfortunately gets the hit on the Novice. However, Aeroplanist is right here inside the pallet and unfortunately blocking it so that he can't pick up the Novelist.
Wow, this.
Oh, taking the
no.
pallet stun. Unfortunate for pit stoppers here. We are going to be seeing that Cipher primed. Are we going to be seeing it pop? We are not yet. We're going to be waiting for that Novelist to get hit. Novelist going down. The Cipher is going to pop here. Everyone has borrowed time, except for that Aeroplanist here. Novelist popping his
beautiful flywheel.
into the pallet stun. Beautiful combo there.
Damn.
Now we do have our
Beautiful
talents
play by
already
the
on
novelist.
Goatman's side. We're just gonna be going after that novelist here, though. Oh, just barely missing that hit, unfortunately.
I feel like he needs to break one of the pallets here to be able to get the novelist.
Looks like
Because
I'm gonna be waiting for enough energy for one more cage here. Are we seeing the hit? We're seeing the tear shot
ooh,
come out for a 3-man escape for H2O here.
congratulations, H2O, for making a 3-man escape over here. Wow. Even with the really bad start by the aeroplanist, they managed to turn the tides and actually miraculously achieve a 3-man escape. Honestly, I feel like at the start of the match, I was like, oh no, like this is probably a 4-man kill looking towards the hunter, but they managed to yeah, they managed to turn the tides around, which I think is really amazing.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, with that teamwork we saw in the end, being with that novelist being able to stall enough time for that to last out those cages, it honestly was the best play that could possibly have been done, especially with going in early to prevent that FO from getting stuffed that first rescue. Considering he was still building up energy, Goatman hadn't gotten enough energy to do a lot of cage tricks yet. And that endgame
Yes,
kite from Novelist being able to combo his ability so well, and
yes.
the aeroplanist blocking the Goatman from being able to pick up Novelist is very smart
Yeah,
thinking on their part.
yes, very. And also, like the that pallet stun, I feel like the hunter kind of panicked, but that was a really good balloon pallet stun. And so all the flywheels, the pallet stun by the novelist. Wow, we're really actually seeing some pro player action here.
Yeah, definitely.
They've been wow. I feel like the survivor team, they really cooked here, bro.
No, definitely those survivor. They, even if it was a bit of a rough start for them, they really knew how to keep their cool, keep it going, keep the momentum going, and bring it back for them.
Yeah. The start was pretty funny if I had to be honest, but I think like the aeroplanes was probably just unlucky, like with the the random directions that bro's gonna be going towards. Bro just like went forward and then went back to the hunter. I bet Pitstopper was probably like, what is going on as well.
You know what? Maybe it was a distraction tactic and it worked.
So true, bro, so true. But it looks like H2O is really in the lead here with their points.
Yeah, we did have 5 points from that 4-man elimination from that first round, and then we do have another 3 points for a 3-man escape there. So we are currently sitting at Omni with 1 point and H2O with 8.
Wow. That means in the next round, Omni, the pressure is really on Omni to catch up to that 7 points. Their hunter is gonna need to have a 4-man or a 3-man, and then the survivor is gonna either need a 2-man escape. Wait, wait, hold on. It's my math. Oh yeah, 2-man escape with that. So but I think we have faith in Omni. We still have faith that they are able to catch up to H2O and also be able to pull off amazing plays as well. So
Yeah, it is
keep
only
going,
round one,
Omni.
so we do still have time for Omni survivors and Hunter to bring it back potentially.
Yes, but it looks like a lot of the strong survivors are locked, cannot be picked anymore. So, what do you think they're gonna like pick next?
For our round 2 picks, it could be entirely map dependent. I think honestly, if we do get a good map, we could see characters like Gardner, Lucky Guy, like we've seen in other official tournaments. Considering Lucky Guy has had a recent surge of popularity in playing, and his versatility in his kit, it's honestly possible that we'll see a Lucky Guy pop up here soon.
Yeah. Honestly, I love my lucky guys, especially when they're in the maid costume. Please, if they're gonna play lucky guy, please wear the maid costume.
So we are moving on to round two, first half here. We are going to be, since it is round two, we are going to be having pit stoppers hunting first, with Omni hunting and H2O surviving. With Goatman on the global ban for Omni, and we have our first officer, aeroplanist, and psychologist being globally banned for H2O. What? Oh, nope, never mind. I got it mixed up. H2O is hunting and Omni is surviving this round.
Ooh, so Omni surviving. Oh, I really hope Omni can, like ignore the pressure and just like do their best. I mean, it's a competition, but at the end, it's for them to have fun as well. And I have faith in Omni that they will be able to turn the tides as well because things are, pit stop. Well, no, sorry, H2O really had the head start with that, but I mean, we're only at round BO2 right now, so they could turn the tides at any time.
Yeah, definitely.
And looks like we have some um, really active fans in the chat here. My goat nobly had my toes and my fingers crossed. Honestly, same. I had my butt cheeks clenched as well, bro. Okay, it looks like Gravekeeper, Magician, Ivy, and Cohort is banned, but that leaves Embalmer open, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, and looks like the random map they chose is Leo's Memory. What do you think about Leo's Memory, Sam?
Leo's memory, it could honestly go either way depending on what our players are gonna pick here. Honestly, I think it could be a pretty strong map for our survivors here. But we could see someone like an opera singer come out, like we were saying earlier. She's very strong on maps like Arms Factory and Leo's Memory, with just having so many obstacles to dash to and a lot of area to catch up to survivors with.
Yes, agreed. Looks like the survivors chose to go with the Goldman ban. So they are probably gonna pick survivors that counter Hula Baloo, since we haven't seen Hula Baloo at all this ever since BO1. So I feel like it, I don't know. I'm inclined to think that we might see Hula Baloo in BO2. Like Ro might make an
That's also
appearance.
possible, considering he's still on the table and he hasn't been banned. So we might see that Hullabaloo come out. But we do have that Seer and
Yes.
Antiquarian ban, which are two very strong picks for those survivors. Antiquarian, we already saw her harass potential. We know how well Seer can really support his team. But we do see that
Yes.
psychologist and fire investigator picks. Both two very
Yes.
strong characters.
Yes, fire investigator is able to block off entrances to the factory with his two big balls, and also entrances to the shack. Because Leo's memory has a lot of like random obstacles here and there, so it's like there's a lot of potential for fire investigator to be able to kite and also be able to harass and protect the teammate on chair.
Yeah, definitely.
Looks
With that
like
Merc and Novelist
here.
ban,
Yep.
we're just really going anti-harasser here. We don't want,
Yes.
like, as we just saw with Novelist just that last round, really being able to stall out some of these things is super important, and being able to counter some of these hunters could be really mind or like game changing.
Yeah. Oh my god, my lucky guy. Please pick the maid costume if you hear me, please.
Yeah, we are seeing that lucky guy coming out, very versatile. There is a lot of chests that are close near each other on
Yes.
Leo's memory, more out in the open, easier to get to. On the way to ciphers, we have that chest outside of factory, Christmas tree, right next to
Yes.
right next to that water tank cipher if it spawns there.
Yes. And Lucky Guy, it also has a lot of I would say mobility in the role that he can take on. Like if he has a gun, he would be like a second coordinator. So yeah, and also he can choose to get the flashlight as well to help harass and protect his teammates. If it's let's say a decoder, he could also get like the mech spot to decode, and then if he's first kite, maybe a pocket watcher, and then football or perfumer. So he's actually a very strong, viable character to be played no matter the hunter. So I think that's why they picked him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it does look like we are going to be seeing the hullabaloo coming out from H2O here. Again, like like we were saying earlier, very strong pick on Leos. He has a lot of way to get around that map. And honestly, if he's left open, why not? Might as well take him.
Yes, so Hula Baloo, the debut of Hula Baloo in BO2. I'm looking forward to where this match is going because it looks like the survivors also kind of know that the hunter's gonna pick Hula Baloo. Maybe that's why they chose Fire Investigator and Psychologist. So, yep. Spawn points, Lucky Guy chose Factory Psychologist. Oh, they switched. They swapped.
Yeah, we do have that lucky guy spawning middle because he does have a full kiting build, instead opting to bring no borrowed time.
Yes, it looks like he wants the hunter to chase him first. So maybe that's why he chose mid and also makes him close to transition to the factory or the shack. Actually, no, I think he's gonna, if he's the first kite, probably transition to factory. But normally we actually see like first officer, like normally it's the rescuers picking the mid, but it looks like the Omni survivors chose to turn that around instead for a kiter to take the mid.
Mm-hmm. I think it's purely just so they don't have or because Lucky Guy, as versatile as he does still have his weaknesses, and so
Yeah,
putting a full kite build Lucky Guy in mid could bait the hullabaloo to chasing survivors that they prefer. Like we don't want the like no one, you don't ever want the psychologist first chase because you want to save that stress shield for healing.
yes, I agree.
And then Fire Investigator will have a better kite later in the game when he can save up his abilities, when he can like effectively kite around when and stall for ciphers to be decoded.
Yes. Ooh, the Eskin Hula Baloo. Okay. Looks like he'll be going for the Lucky Guy first. I think he already sees Lucky Guy. He knows that Lucky Guy is going up towards the second floor. But no, he chose to change target to the Fire Investigator. Investigator put down a ball for the speed boost. Oh wait,
And
actually no, he didn't.
being very patient with his items. Very good ideas.
Yes.
We do get a black mark on that Fire Investigator as long as a red one, as well as a red one. If our
Yes.
Hullabaloo is able to mind game here, we're going to be seeing that first ball come out. Unfortunately, immediately gets destroyed. However, our Fire Investigator does get to rotate over to Christmas Tree, which is a very good, strong and kiting area.
Yes.
We're going to be seeing that hit come
Oh,
out with the clone, though. Not able to get a second fear stack on, however.
and
Unfortunately,
Hunter brought
that tops
insolence.
his first presence with
Yep.
insolence. Now only one
Yes.
mark away.
No. Will we see his second ball come out, or is he saving that for his second kite? Okay. Looks like he's trying to get a hit in with his clone. Gonna put the ball here and probably dash. Oh,
Yeah, instead of opting to die in a corner super far away from all of his teammates, just so they can have enough time to decode. We do have about, I believe, one or two ciphers popping here. We're gonna have a third one closely following behind.
yes, that's very true. Smart play by the fire investigator, saving up his ball probably for rebound kite. We see first officer here with his pocket watch going for the rescue, and Hula Baloo trying to predict where he is, but Hula Baloo with his first year presence
Able
unlocked
to get
his.
able to
Oh,
get the rescue without taking hit. Takes that hit, but it gives Fire Investigator a little bit of time to rotate away.
yes.
Unfortunately, Are we going to be seeing the red area? We are going to see that red area cancel the ball. Are we going to be seeing a? We're going to be seeing a hit, a down here. First officer's
Yes.
not going to pop his original cipher, but instead start a new one.
Mm-hmm. We can see a cipher with 90% progress on the map. So that leaves them only 2 ciphers more to do, and looks like
Beautiful elbow pad
oh,
from
an
the
elbow
guy
pad.
there. And the gun's coming in to stop the rescue, just so it gives that fire investigator, who still has one more airbag left, some time to run away.
Yes.
We do want to hit on that lucky guy, but are we going to get it? We're not going to get a hit quite just yet. Lucky guy, knowing he just baited out the stall, doesn't take the hit, so we're going to get that warp out instead. Fire investigator has enough time rotated to a stronger kiting area. We do still have one airbag remaining.
Yes, and Hunter has used up his warp already. This is a pretty strong kiting spot for the fire investigator. Most likely he'll be using his clone to get some colored balls in on the fire investigator. Oh,
Ooh,
ooh,
unfortunately,
and
Fire
gets a hit.
Investigator takes another hit, and this is his death tier, so it looks like we are going to be seeing Fire Investigator eliminated. However, our ciphers, we only got one remaining, about 75%.
Yes, we only have one last cipher to do. Looks like Hulabaloo is going to decipher with the 75%. Can he find anyone?
Yeah, we're a psychologist is instead opting to start an entirely new cipher. Good call on the first officer to rotate away, knowing that the hullabaloo would be coming towards him.
Yes. Um, Looks like our lucky guy is rotating to a 75% cipher. Very smart of the survivors to pick a new cipher that's very far away from the one that was about to be primed. So, it would be pretty hard for Hunabalu to control the ciphers because it's a very long distance to travel. Pressure is on the psychologist to do a kite here. He gets a
Taking
hit
a hit.
in.
Oh, unfortunately. But we do have that lucky guy on that last cipher with no warp ready in time to counter it. We're just going to be seeing
Yes.
that cipher pop soon as that psychologist gets hit. Oh, we're waiting for the down. Pop immediately, and
Ooh.
our psychologist still has some stress left, but our hullabaloo does have detention, so that means no trump card to switch to teleport. Not seeing a stage rotate quite yet, but we are going to be seeing that psychologist playing in corners to prevent the down. Amazing stalling on her part. And still
Oh
manages to dodge
no.
the stage rotation.
No. Oh,
Unfortunately,
thank
psychologist goes
God.
down here, but it's too late because the lucky guy had already, or the first officer had already opened the first gate. We do see a robot from the lucky guy, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough to help out. We're going to be
Yes.
seeing the warp come back. Now
Or
that
go
first officer
back to
does
the
still have a
psychologist.
pocket watch left, so he could possibly be playing for a rescue here with that robot.
Yes.
Yeah, because you're not able to down the robot immediately. Unfortunately, that psychologist did just take two. Ooh, beautiful dodge on that stage rotation. Unfortunately, goes down here.
Yes. Oh no, the bots did. Hey, but it looks like Omni successfully got a two-man escape, resulting in a draw. Congratulations, Omni.
Yes, congratulations, Omni, on getting a 2-man escape here. Very well played from
Yes.
both teams.
Yes, especially the endgame kite by a psychologist, where she chose to go to the wall and stay in the corners, preventing Hurabalu from getting his last color ball on her, which is, psychologist managed to buy enough time for the lucky guy and the first officer to open the gate on the other side.
Definitely. Unfortunately, just the robot wasn't enough just because of how strong that hullabaloo was able to counter those endgame rescues, even with not being able to terror shock survivors off chair very
Yes.
quickly.
Yes, and we also saw how the lucky guy chose to use his gun to prevent Hurabalu getting a hit in on him, allowing him to be at full health. So I think that was a pretty good usage of the gun because honestly, I thought like I don't know, I'd be seeing some balloon rescues with a gun, but I think they chose to play it safe to just
Mhm.
buy themselves some time.
So we are moving on to round two, second half here. We are going to be having Omni hunting for real this time,
Yes.
and H2O surviving. So, as I meant to say before, now our global bans are a Goatman, aeroplanist, psychologist, and first officer.
Yes, I agree. Mm,
However, that
wow.
novelist is still available in the open unless the Pet Stoppers decides to ban that novelist yet again.
Yes. Omni just managed to get to escape, so that's 2 more points for them. I feel like Pit Stopper would need to be
Yeah,
able
to
to
even out the
get a
score, Pit
4-man
Stoppers would
here.
need a 4-man elimination for that 5 points.
Yes, the pressure is on Pit Stopper to get a 4-man elimination. Will he be able to do so?
Yeah, because
Mm,
I believe what both teams got 2 points from that game, so we are sitting at 10 points for H2O and 3 for Omni. So definitely getting
yes.
for Pit Stoppers getting that 5-man elimination, or not 5-man, 4-man elimination for the 5 points, definitely equals out the playing field, giving Omni that 5 points, putting them at, I believe that's about 8 to 10. So possibly getting them into a round 3 here.
Yes, now we're going to the ban pick phase. Seer is always on the ban list. Seer and Antiquarian, very commonly seen ban characters. Who do you think the Hunter is looking to if they ban Seer and Antiquarian?
With Pit Stoppers, well, we know he plays meta, so it could always be an opera singer, but it's round 2, so we could also always see. Oh, never mind. It looks like our opera singer was banned out of respect. As I mean,
They heard you, Sam. They
they
heard
heard
you.
me. They heard me. Yeah, the respect ban for that opera singer, definitely knowing that Leo's is a good map for that opera singer, definitely respect banning it for Pit Stoppers here. We could be seeing
Yeah.
another Hullabaloo come out here.
Ooh, the battle of the two Hulabaloos.
Yeah, we are seeing our first
mm,
pick being Coordinator
mhm.
and Magician, two very strong kiters here in this on this map here. Seeing yet again
Yes.
that Fire Investigator come out.
Yes. It looks like it's all characters that we have seen before. Oh, and a ban from Forward. Looks like he doesn't really want any harassers. Actually, does anyone on H2O play Forward?
Hmm, not to my knowledge, but you never know what secret picks they could have up their sleeve.
That's very true. So it looks like Magician Court, Fire Investigator, and a Mercenary. Two rescuers here. They're choosing to go for more sustainability and stable rescues as compared to decoding speed. So, ooh, and who will
Mercenary's our
hunt?
last pick.
Yeah,
Ooh, yeah, that Mercenary left on the table. That's a very good pick for their round 2 here, especially considering it was
yes,
their 4th pick. That means he won't be a global end if Pit Stoppers manages to get a 4K here and they move on to round 3.
yes. Who do you think Pitstopper is likely to pick against this team comp? Because I feel like,
I think we could see another
hmm,
Hullabaloo here,
yeah,
honestly.
yeah. Mercenary. Looks like Magician's very stable kite. Court has the gun. Mercenary, stable rescue, and stable kiting. Fire investigators able to protect and harass. I feel like it's a very overall well balanced team in the sense.
Yeah,
Like they don't have
we
any
definitely want
shortcomings.
someone that can close distance, a very good pursuit hunter, someone that can focus on both pursuit and pressuring the map. But
Yeah, I agree. Oh my
it looks like
goodness!
we're seeing that Hullabaloo come out for Pit Stoppers here. Again, just like
Hula boo
very
boo.
strong on Moonlit. He has a lot of areas. He's able to counter a lot of these kiting areas. but
Oh my goodness, yeah. It's gonna be like a battle between the two hula baloos to like see. Nah, nah, not see. It's just like, oh my god, I'm actually really looking forward to this match because it's like, battling for dominance, like who's the better hula baloo? No, no, no. Okay, survivors are going into their spawn points. Fire investigators at mid. Ooh, interesting. And we're probably gonna have cohort. Wait, no. Cohorts at mid. Fire investigator with the factory and magician with the shack. What do you think about this spawn point, Sam?
yeah, we do know that their court is a good kiter because that was the novelist from our last round here. So we do know that their court is a very strong kiter. We do know that they have a lot of potential to do a good kite. But we're not, instead of last round where they had a full kite build, everyone has borrowed time this time.
Yes, I agree. Um, Based on Hula Baloo's, sorry, excuse me, spawn point, I feel like he's probably gonna chase magician first because if he gets the last ball, which is red on magician, he will be unable to use any of his abilities. And Merc and Core don't really seem like good chases for first chase. What do you think, Sam?
Unfortunately, yeah, coordinator and mercenary aren't two great first chases. But if Bitstoppers does have insolence here, then he could consider chasing that mercenary to get presence here, and maybe get some of those elbow pads out of the way.
Yes, definitely, and get them down on one rescuer. Hmm, but it's okay. Mercenary and Core, they both have decoding debuffs, so the safe pick here would probably be magician, but we'll see how he chooses. Going to
Going
Shack.
for that magician, honestly a very best choice he possibly could make.
Yeah.
Using that, immediately getting a red ball, getting two stacks with just one clone. Very good, very well played
Ooh,
with that hullabaloo for pit stoppers here. Managing to dodge
yes.
that first wand. We are going to be seeing magician try to loop around Shack here. Are we going to opt to, we're going to be throwing that pallet down. However,
Mm-hmm.
pit
Throwing that
stoppers
pallet down.
clone is about to come up here. Wand
Oh,
immediately coming
another.
out. Well played from the magician, using that before he could get countered by it. However, ooh, we are going to be seeing a hit come in here. Only one wand remaining for this magician.
Ooh, that was a really good position of the clone. And looks like Magician and him are kiting around this pallet. Will he choose to break, or is he waiting for insolence? I see, waiting for the dash, waiting for the cooldown of his clone.
We
Probably.
are going to be seeing
Oh
that one
no.
come out. However, it doesn't matter. It does still hit the magician. Are we going to be seeing that clone down the magician? Yes, we are. Ciphers are about 80 and 70%.
Yes, it's a pretty decent kite for a magician. Cypher's 3 progress, so only 2 left untouched. We can see Mercenary at the side going in for the rescue. Ooh, oh no! Tried for a pallet stun, but oh, and then elbow
We're
pad
popping
there to
elbow pads.
just
We're going to be taking that hit immediately. Magician
yes,
taking two stacks off of chair immediately. No wants to work with. However, he does still have flywheel. However, his last mark is going to be a red one, so he won't have time to flywheel.
yes. But he managed to dodge the clone there, and unfortunately takes a hit here. The dash through the wall to get in the red ball, and let's see who's going for the rescue, Nick.
Looks like we're going to be seeing coordinator maybe baiting tinnitus here. We can't have that merc go in because having that merc down would be bad for their decoding. In this situation, it would probably be best if that merc just starts a new cipher.
Yes, that's very true. Looks like
I'm going for chest, maybe hoping to find a syringe or a perfume.
they're gonna sell magician, trying to play it safe here, not going for the rescue.
Yeah, if they want to keep that coordinator alive for another kite because it looks like she's going to be the next chase. Taking damage would probably be bad, especially considering magician had no more wands left, and flywheel wouldn't have benefited him either way.
Yes, that's very true. Quartz, the second kite here, going in. She still has a gun that she has not used yet, but But Pitstopper's very smart to seal off her gun with the red ball and a flywheel here by the core to dodge the last red ball. Oh,
Oh, beautiful, nice gun
nice gun.
just before he got into the red zone, getting that gun off, giving
Yes.
coordinator time to rotate. However, we are rotating over to where Magician had died. If he had any wands left, coordinator could have possibly used some, but we do still have every pallet left over here. Coordinator baiting out the pallet jump. Taking the terror
Ooh,
shock on the pallet. Oh, just barely inside of the zone.
ooh. It did. We can see Pitstopper getting in and down from the court. Cypher progress is um 2 ciphers left. One is close to being primed. We can see Merc decoding that cipher. Fire investigator giving tinnitus, trying to sneak in the rescue. Yeah. Oh, just barely dodges the red ball and managed to get in an unharmed rescue.
Taking that hit.
Okay,
Oh, unfortunately,
yep.
the flywheel not quite registering. Are we gonna be able to see that fire investigator just going to a corner, unfortunately getting downed? However, the cipher is at 70%. We are gonna be seeing Merc on there using an elbow pad to get away.
Yes, I think Pitstopper is really going for the 4K with this one, choosing to play it slow, and unfortunately was not able to make it across the wall with that dash, choosing to focus in on Mercenary
Perfect hit.
and gets a hit in.
Unfortunately, coordinator's not able to go to any of the ciphers they have progress on, being camped by pit stoppers here. Now fire investigator does still have his exit pass and is able to heal up. He does still have one airbag remaining, but it does look like they are stopping to maybe rotate to a cipher with more progress on it.
Yes, looks like he's trying to pull it out. Doesn't get any tinnitus, trying to find where the nearest survivor is. Will he be
Quite
able
catch
to
attention on
find...
coordinator here.
Yes. With 2 ciphers remaining, I think he's shifting his priorities to cipher control right now. The
Now they are on
best
that.
rec
Oh,
yeah?
spotting coordinator here. That
Oh,
cipher. Oh, fire investigator also coming in. They're coming in for a double rescue just so they can have more time with that mercenary. Fire investigator
yes,
can't risk going in though. Instead, working on that
yes,
cipher he still needs 30 more percent. Unfortunately for pit stoppers here, Merc just has a really long chair time and needs to stall out this for as long as possible.
yes. But he knows where the locations of the survivors are. He
Beautiful
saw the
flywheel from that
shaking cipher.
coordinator dodging another zone.
Ooh,
However, it does look like coordinator will be going down here, unfortunately getting hit through the pallet. Fire investigator doesn't make it in time for the rescue.
no! Oh
Oh,
no.
using an airbag to hopefully make it on time, but unfortunately just didn't go in on time. Ciphers are only at 87%. There's no way he can even force a pop here. Coordinator
Ooh,
does
and
have her
he
exit path.
finds him. He finds the fire investigator, sees his trail, and on the chase for fire investigator, use the ball for a speed boost and going to a pallet area right now. He only needs to get the white ball before he's down. Oh, and he's down. Now going back to coordinator, who has just used up her exit path for the self heal. Looks like things are looking for 4K for pit stopper right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, fire investigator no longer able to self heal. We are going to be seeing a surrender coming from H2O here. Congratulations, pit stoppers, on getting that 4K and evening out that score.
Congratulations, pit stopper. Oh my god, I'm so excited right now. This is such a miracle, I'm telling you. Like, Ro went from going like 3 men to getting a 4K. Like, what is this I'm seeing? And also, he managed to catch up with the 5 points. Wow, pit stopper. Oh, legendary, bro, legendary. Oh my goodness. And S-Batch Hula Baloo from pit stopper. Bro really locked in with this one, I would say. He managed to come out on top from all the pressure that was given to him. Like, wow, and it looks like Omni is closing in from the point distance with H2. Oh, things are getting really unpredictable right now. Like, I honestly do not know what would be the outcome of BO3.
Yeah,
Wow,
thankfully
honestly.
now that our scores
Yep.
are a bit even more evened out here, I believe H2O sitting at 10 points, Omni sitting at 8. This is entirely possible for Omni to make an upset here and bring a comeback and maybe even take the victory here.
Yes. Who's going first in BO3?
I believe.
Okay, okay. I see. So we haven't decided who's going first for BO3. I see, I see. Wow. Are we seeing any fans in the chat for Omni and H2O? Not them.
Yeah, very well. Honestly, very
Looks
well played from
like.
both teams.
Yeah.
We got to see
Yes.
Pitstopper's decision making on that Hullabaloo that really brought in that victory for Omni there.
Yes. I agree. He. Hmm. And like how he managed to intercept the rescue for the mercenary, and he managed to like he knows that fire investigator is coming in from the shack area, so he locked in and zoned out the court, and thus making investigator unable to make the rescue in time. And I feel like since two ciphers, since who was it, magician was eliminated, he has been going for like playing the game in a more, I would say, like in the long run, like he's just baiting that their consumable items out, and like hitting them to be at half health, just playing it patiently to for the 4K at the end, and I think it really paid off. So wow, really congratulations to Pitstopper, bro. You're the goat.
Yeah, definitely bringing it back with his decision making there. Really got to see what it's like, how an S badge Hullabaloo thinks, and like just how those small decisions can really affect to the outcome of a game. Because if he decided to commit to that coordinator right there, they might as well have gotten maybe a one or even two escape there.
Yes, so we can see how his priorities shifted from getting kills versus to cipher control and map control to just delay it and like play it out. Yes, yes, there is a third round, my goat nobody. Now we are waiting for them to decide on the map and like who's gonna go first in BO3. It looks like aeroplanist, psychologist, goatman, and first officer are in the bands for this map. And ooh, it looks like
The Lakeside Village this time. So honestly, we could be seeing someone like a wax artist coming out. We know he's very strong in this map. He can, if he brings peepers, he can counter that big boat loop there. Um, we could be seeing someone. We do have the shadow on that global ban, and we are going to be seeing two hunter bans since it is round 3. But we could be seeing maybe something like a disciple, a geisha, assuming that opera singer and goatman will get banned here.
yes, that's very true. I was hoping maybe, I don't know, for the last match we could be able to see some hunters that are not in the meta. Like, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Hmm, what do you think are like good hunters for Lakeside, Sam, apart from Wax Artist?
for Lakeside, you just want hunters that have good control, I believe.
Yes,
You
because it
like,
is a very
which is
big
why
map.
you want your
Yeah.
whacker, but you could always honestly, it really depends on at this point in the game where we have 4 hunters being total, usually being our meta 4.
Mm-hmm.
It's more up to comfort picks. We could
Yes.
we could even maybe see a Dream Witch coming out if possible.
Oh my goodness. That's
However,
my goat,
it,
Dream
it is
Witch.
it is kind of a big map for a Dream Witch.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true. Lakeside's very big map, so maybe map control hunters would not be that viable in a situation like this. But for actually, I feel like Dream Witch is a I don't know. Like now that you say it, actually, yeah, I feel like they might also pick Dream Witch. Looks
I
like we're
think
going. Yeah.
overall our best bets are probably that Wax Artist or Dream Witch because we do want while we do want good chases and getting those survivors down early, Lakeside is a very wide map with very spread out cipher spawns that you need to have constant control over. So we could also see maybe a Hermit coming out.
Ooh, Ben's Hermit.
Oh, but Hermit gets banned.
Yeah, they heard you, Sam. They heard you again.
We're going 3 for 3.
Oh, it looks like Meteorologist is chosen. Meteorologist and Embalmer. Embalmer more of the a distant survivor. Like he's a very strong supporter and can also shine in Gate Wars. Meteorologist with a very well-rounded survivor. She's able to push the hunter away and also ride on her cloud to get a better distance. Also be able to heal. Looks like the hunter banned aeroplanist. Oh, Walding. Wildling, a very stable rescuer and harasser. Who will be the hunter's last ban? Feel like with the way things are looking. Actually, I feel like Priestess is a pretty good survivor here, but I'm not. Wow, Lucino, um,
Oh, Professor Ben definitely doing
Professor.
this could honestly be a Dream Witch, maybe. While Professor isn't the
Yeah,
biggest counter, it could that Professor's scales could be a bit of a hindrance for someone like a Dream Witch, but it could also entirely just be a Wax Artist, maybe a Gamekeeper, because they did get Wildling, however they didn't ban a Gamekeeper.
I don't know, but I feel like the survivors. This is looking towards a bit of like a clown or a geisha game, like those that rely a lot on like single hit hunters, because with the hmm, I feel like honestly at this point it's a bit hard to say because all the meta characters have been banned, and at this point probably H2O is gonna pick
Yeah,
a
you don't want
comfort hunter.
Officer on Lakeside because it's not one of her best maps.
Oh,
We probably
oh
won't be
yes,
seeing
that's
that
true.
Opera coming out.
That's true. Okay, but if we were to talk about the game from like a strategic point of view, like with the point system, H2O might choose to play it safe right now. Maybe ensuring a strong draw hunter like Feaster or N.
I would love to see a Feaster. I've been asking for one like like past 3 tournaments I watched, but I would love to see one, but I don't know. Yeah, we are seeing the Gamekeeper coming out. Definitely a huge counter to
Oh,
that Wildling.
wow, Gamekeeper. I remember back when Gamekeeper was still on the meta, in the COA because Gigi Zom played him in the COA and made him the meta. Then everyone was playing Gamekeeper. So we're seeing a Gamekeeper here. Gamekeeper really counters Wildling. I feel like he picked Gamekeeper to counter Wildling. So he can like hook him off his board.
Yeah, definitely. Also, it's just that with Lakeside, you don't have many high wall obstacles that can block the hook from the Gamekeeper. And it looks like we
Yes.
are maybe kind of swapping our places around here, deciding on who wants to go where. We do have our embalmer with a full kite build just in case. Maybe grouping up that 3 area, just try to get that gamekeeper, yep, to spawn in that top corner.
Ooh, isolating the meteorologist out for her to be able to safely decode any ciphers without any map pressure. Who do you think the gamekeeper is most likely going for, Sam?
It's honestly, it's up to the gamekeeper here, but assuming that since the weakest kiter here is embalmer, I think that our hunter knows or assumes that the embalmer is bringing a full kiting build. So I think the safest option here would probably be our novelist.
Yes, that's true. Embalmer has the flywheel and the speed boost, and also his coffin, which is able to buy a lot of time for the team. But then again, Novelist is in shack, so it's a pretty strong kiting area, especially against the gamekeeper. But he could
Yeah.
always force Novelist out with his traps. Um, I feel like Gamekeeper might also be going for Wildling because he really counters Wildling a lot, makes his board basically ineffective, but we shall see. Loading into the match right now.
Yep. We are heading into our we're heading into our round 3 first half. I am Sam. I'm with Velvet. Good luck to both teams.
Good luck.
It does look like our first chase here is going to be that novelist holding that hook, trying to get vision on the novelist. We are going to be seeing him really soon here. Novelist knows that
Yes.
that shack is going to be a bad looping area, especially against the gamekeeper here. So instead, leading him to the meteorologist here, who we know is going to be a good kite against this gamekeeper, especially without presence to do chip damage with his hook.
Ooh, gets a hook in! And cooldown for Flywheel is not up yet, but Meteorologist transitioning to Big Bow, which is a very strong kiting spot. Gravekeeper actually committing to the chase. Will he be putting traps here? No, he chose to vault. And
Oh, we are
oh
going to be seeing the
no!
hook miss though, so that meteorologist can go into docks. However, oh, we are playing a bit of mind games here. That meteorologist needs to keep as much distance as she can because otherwise, honestly, we might be seeing. Because our meteorologist here only has tide to work with, no broken windows or flywheel. However, our ciphers do have a decent amount of progress. We're gonna have to blink down here, so we did get trade out, which is really good for our Omni survivors here.
Yes, Meteorologist forced Gamekeeper to use his blink. Cypher's looking good as well, with 3 being working on, so only 2 left to go. Who's going in for the rescue? Looks like the Wildling is going in for the rescue, but and Gamekeeper chose to put a trap here. Mm, will he get on his
Wildling
boar?
getting on his boar.
No! Looks like
Missing,
Gamekeeper missed his
unfortunately,
hook.
for our gamekeeper. We're gonna be seeing the hit on the Wildling, no stuffed rescue. However, our meteorologist does not have any items to work with, and our gamekeeper still has his hook. Novelist getting hooked.
No one
Not
is getting in the trap.
able to get the hook over. Gets the pallet stunned by the novelist and meteorologist combo together. We do have a cipher at 80% being worked on by our wildling here. Gamekeeper
Oh.
taking another pallet stun, however, does get the hit on that novelist.
Yes, as a trade-off for
Oh,
oh, and managed to
unfortunately,
get the hook
meteorologist
in.
getting that hook. And novelist, oh,
Whoa!
novelist getting that swap just in time to help out the meteorologist here.
Changing targets to novelist. Will he chair him or go back to meteorologist? I think he's changing targets over here, this gamekeeper, and also chairing him near the cipher to stuff this cipher decoding. And it looks like Embalmer is next to the cipher. The only full health person on the team. Placing a trap here at the window. Does Embalmer know
Embalmer
this?
did hear that the gamekeeper placed a
Okay.
trap there, so he knows he can't go through that.
Yes, and now the
Yes,
pressure is
yes.
on Embalmer to not get a Terror Shock, and it was a very nice rescue, but he
Oh,
managed to
unfortunately isn't able
hit
to
the
body block.
Novelist. Yes. He manages to target lockdown the Novelist for a fast elimination because his priority right now is to get a survivor off the field so he can focus on map control and map pressure. Oh, wow! Amazing mind game from the Embalmer and the gamekeeper here, but unfortunately
However,
chose to walk through the pallet.
Embalmer is able to still get this rescue because he does have that tied and bubble from his
Yes,
coffin. However,
yes.
it's up to this Embalmer again to reliably body block for this novelist. However, it is hard. We're gonna be seeing a little bit of chair song. Unfortunately, not able to body block. However, our wildling is nearby. He does not have boar though, so we are gonna be seeing novelist get eliminated here.
Yes, Embalmer tries to run away. He knows that he will be Gamekeeper's next target. Gamekeeper finding Embalmer, Embalmer transitioning to double 11, a very strong hiding spot, but no, he's changing his target right now to map control to exert pressure on the ciphers, deciding to chase the wildling and
Oh, gets
hooks
the
him
wildling
off
off
his
his
board.
board. Now our meteorologist is popping another cipher here soon. We do have two more ciphers, except one is only 10%, the other only 65% here.
Yes, very amazing teamwork from the wildling and the embalmer over here, using his board to block out his tinnitus. But unfortunately, the cooldown ran out, so will Gamekeeper be able to find the embalmer?
Spots the,
Embalmer
that,
basically,
spots the blood
yeah.
trail.
Oh, wow.
Now Balmer doesn't
Looking
have a
really
flywheel here to
risky.
work with, nor a coffin, so he's just gonna get hit down here.
Yes, yes, no flywheel, no abilities, items to use. He's basically a very easy target to chase for the gamekeeper. But however, there's only one cipher remaining on the map.
However, this is a bad position for the survivors here, because they have to either double rescue or they can't get this rescue. Wildling pulling the gamekeeper away from the chair. Does meteorologist make it on time to that? Oh, we're instead opting to sell the embalmer here. Wildling wasting time.
Yeah, Watling wasting time. They made the decision to sell the embalmer and meteorologist, priming the last cipher.
We do have our cipher prime, so
He
if they
knows
decide
that
to
the
pop
cipher
here,
is primed, so he's trying to do the hook trick with the traps. However, we can see the wildling tried to. Oh, he's going on his board now. Will he be hooked down?
oh, beautiful dodge on that hook. Unfortunately, we are against a full presence. Yeah, unfortunately taking that. Now he's only one more hook away, so they have to play this really smart in order to get the win out of, or to get at least a draw out of it. Oh, unfortunately, the
What?
cipher pop. Really unfortunate timing for that wildling.
The
The
cipher
wild,
was popped.
oh, wildling does
Um,
ping that the dungeon is here, so the meteorologist does know. He, it looks like our hunter here has no idea where meteorologist is. We're going through a chest now.
Trying to find and zone out the meteorologist with his tinnitus, but getting closer to the meteorologist, but turning away. He just needs to walk one step further to double 11 to be able to get the tinnitus in range. He's going back to camp the wildling. He thinks that the meteorologist is going back to rescue. Now pulling out again to the small gate. Wait, no, that's the main gate, right?
I believe so. Yes. Yeah, that's our front
Oh
gate.
yeah, the main gate.
And then, oh, unfortunately, does get spotted by the gamekeeper. We have an elbow pad to work with, but our gamekeeper is immediately just going to catch up and then hook. And that is a
Yes.
4-man elimination for H2O here.
Oh my god, congratulations, H2O, for the 4K. Wow. The goatkeeper, sorry. Yes, actually, no, yeah, goatkeeper. Really I can see Goalkeeper being back to the meta again. Wow, really amazing hooks, amazing play by the gamekeeper. Just choosing to play it out slow when Cypher is primed to just get the chip damage down on Wildling. And then immediately the Cypher popped, and then with the detention managed to down Wildling, and then amazing zoning of the Meteorologist as well to get the 4K. Very patient play I'm seeing here from the gamekeeper.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So it looks like H2O has another 5-point lead, so the pressure again falls on Pitstopper. Wow. I feel like it was a
Yeah,
little
but
bit of a misplay from the Meteorologist with the Cypher
that,
Prime.
that point lead with that 4K there, H2O
Yeah.
takes the lead. Unfortunately, Omni is not able to catch up, even if they do get that 4K. So that does leave H2O as our winners for tonight.
No, but congratulations H2O for securing the win and moving on to the semifinals, is it?
I believe so, yes, actually. Yeah. So,
Wow.
congratulations again to H2O. Omni did very well bringing it back in that round 2. Unfortunately, just didn't get to see just because of that point lead that they got. Unfortunately, even if they had even if they 4K'd round 3 with pit stoppers there, the point lead was just too much. So, congratulations again to H2O. Very well played from Omni and H2O